Alright, did I spell twinning wrong? Holy shit, I did. Crazy how I just noticed that. Not, right after. Crazy how I just noticed that. Not, right after. I mean, before. What the fuck am I saying? Anyway, there are two, three-ish reasons why I started this stream early. Number one, I wanted to make some predictions, okay? For what will happen in interval 9.5. All right? That's the first thing. That's numero uno. Secondly, I wanted to eat a little bit of food before we started because I have a headache. Thirdly, I just think it's cool. All right, but we're gonna get to the real meat right now. My nine. Hold on, wait. I need to get a better color for this. Like gray, I guess. Gray doesn't hurt my eyes as much. Actually, let's do black and I'll write in white. All right, 9.5 predictions. All right, I had, I think one main prediction. Number one, this is gonna be really wrong, by the way. So feel free to clown on me after this is over. But I just think it's fun making predictions before you do something because you get to see if you're right or not. Um, Number one, I think the main villain is gonna be the main villain. Why is it in comics? The main villain's gonna be another one of Ryoshi's teachers. I feel like there was something in the trailer where somebody said something about you mastering the weapon was false, and I think that's gonna be not like the nurse fathers really, but like more like what Lei Hang was, like a tutor. A tutor. You're gonna be one of the tutors. That was a misinput. Nobody saw that. Okay. Number two, I think is this already confirmed though? I mean, I don't want to make a prediction if it's already something that's like true. I think we've already been confirmed in the trailer, but I think Araya is gonna cuck Ryoshi out of using her sword. Or Ryoshi's sword will not let itself be drawn. Sorry. I don't think it'll be. I don't know if it'll be Araya. Uh, Holy elite, bro. Yeah, these are my predictions. These are gonna be wrong, obviously. And then number three, the one that I always hope comes true because it probably will. Marcel crumbs. I'm excited for Marcel crumbs. Did I spell that right? I think I did. I'm excited for Marcel crumbs. Okay. I live for Marcel crumbs. I die by Marcel crumbs. These are my big three predictions. Honestly, I don't know why I abbreviated it here, but I didn't do it here. I feel like that was a little weird. But yeah, this is what I hope happens, okay? This is what I really hope happens. From what we've seen in the trailer, this is what I can surmise is gonna go down. And it's just before Marcel's Canto, so I'm assuming we're gonna get Marcel Crumbs. But Yeah, I don't really. Nobody else is in the stream right now, so it's not like I can ask you guys. But what do you guys think? What do you guys think is gonna happen? I also will not be reading out what the characters are saying because um I'm not good at it. So I should clarify in scabbard. Scabbard. In scabbard. I'm just gonna leave all the spelling mistakes. I think it's funny. But yeah, I think this is what we're gonna get. Okay, this is what's gonna go down. It's all gonna be wrong, but I mean, if someone was here, you know, if I'd want to hear what they thought. My mic didn't pick that up, right? You know, if I'd want to hear what they thought. Oh, that's embarrassing. Pick that up, right? My nose has been stuck, so I don't know. But I guess while we're waiting, I'm gonna go blow my nose. While we're waiting for this, because we got 10 minutes until the update comes out. Okay, I'm back. Now, I just thought of another one. I'm gonna have a minor prediction up here. It's gonna be like in like gray. All right. I just thought of something. I'm also gonna make it smaller, like 16. Ricardo again is something that I want to happen. Not that I think will happen. I just want it to happen. Um, Holy shit. Yeah, I want to see Ricardo again. Although that probably wouldn't work with this. They'd cancel each other out because unless Ricardo's like not a fightable enemy or something, I seriously don't know if we'd get two big bads. Ricardo's like Team Rocket, honestly. He's just like a reoccurring joke character at this point. But and think about it, Kira's with us, and Ricardo kidnaps Kira because that's what Team Rocket does. They always kidnap like Ash's Pikachu, and then Ricardo's gonna kidnap Kira, and then she'll be like finally part of a family, you know? Because I'm sure the middle's like fine. Kidnap Kira. Hold on. I should stop writing with my mouse. Hold on. Alright. These are like this is like a minor prediction. So Ricardo shows up again, and then he kidnaps Kira, obviously, then skedaddles. Um, what else? Is there anything else I could throw at the wall and see if I'm right, and then I get to like put it in a video? Come on, Araya. Araya shows up again, but like in a memory or like as like a ghost. There we go. Yeah, Araya Force Ghost. 100% gonna get a Araya Force Ghost. Um, now we're still waiting for the game to update. Damn. Also, I'm gonna disable this because I can tell when it gets denied. Honestly. Um. Yeah, she like Force goes her way into right, and then I think we're also gonna get Dante mentioning Sora and Ren, and then everybody being confused. Actually, just mentioning Sora and Ren. Let's not make it too specific. And then what else? I think we're gonna see a character we've already seen in the series earlier. Okay, that sounds very vague. I mean, like a character from Leviathan, or like Ruina or something that we've like seen before, but they've like been kind of forgotten. So I'm just gonna put and dies. So if they don't die, but they do show up, it's not true. What else? Did I spell Leviathan wrong? Yeah, who cares? A lot of people probably. Looks like BRP. What else? So I'm just gonna. Ugh, yeah, yeah. There we go. What else? Is there anything else I can think of? Um, another good theme. Another a really good theme. Yeah, that's a given. Usually all the music they put is good. It's not really a prediction. Uh, okay, this isn't really a prediction. I just realized. I'm gonna say get stuck in stagger and scabbard from Araya. So it's at least like somewhat. It's like kind of a prediction. Like we already saw it get stuck in the scabbard in the this is in the trailer, Loki. What else? I think that's it. I think these are my insane interval and 9.5 predictions right here. I think this is what I'm rocking with. This is my ride or die right now. So if at least like half of these is like kind of true, I'll be very happy. But um, but I'm good. Thank you. I basically okay. One more minute until it's supposed to release. If I actually remember. Yes. Okay. All right. Yep. We got one more minute. So pack your bags or put your bags down and stay and watch. I'll probably have to like bolt myself to the microphone here so I don't like move around and whatnot. Did I already update actually? No, I didn't. All right. All right. Any second now. Any second now. Any second now. I'm starting to think that it's not any second now. Actually, okay, wait. Okay, okay. So it's updating now. I mean, it has to be any second now because it said the client was out of date. We'll see. Who knows? Yeah, honestly, I'm not seeing it. Oh, bro, went offline. Let's try. I don't know why I thought that would work. Any second now. This is. Ugh. I was hoping the game would be interesting, so I like didn't have to commentate that much. But this is I guess it's a lobcore stream. Hold on, any second now. I really do believe. We are at a loss for words. I don't know. Um, the new characters look pretty interesting, honestly. I am pretty happy that they also put Marcel just straight up in the event shop. Um, yeah, this is hold on, hold on. What the fuck, buddy? Who the hell is watching this shit, bro? I'm not even talking. Which actually, if I like, if I knew that's a problem, I don't know why. I should probably try fixing that, but I just it's kind of hard to talk about nothing. I mean, there's nothing there to talk about. Nothing there. I just activated a sleep region with that one. Who just keeps clicking on and off of the? You know what? That's fine. Please, 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 please. I need this. Please, I need this.
Limbus Company.
Buddy. I know it's not up to date. That's why I mean so I just I guess I just haven't gotten it yet. So I have to sit here and wait. What's the longest game title I have? Is it actually Metal Gear Solid? Oh wait. Oh no. It's the non-existence of the Force of Shells. Oh, sorry. The non-existence of the Morphean paradox of Force of Shallots. Yeah, that is kind of a mouthful. Game versions, updates. Immediately download updates. I think. 9. Yeah. Uh, I'm actually being edged, bro. Well, sitting here is just staring at it. That gives us more time to make more predictions. Yeah, that's right. We're not escaping from these. What else? I'm out of predictions, actually. Um, I'll update some of these games, actually, while I'm waiting for some update. Stalactite. I don't even know how to process that. No, I agree. Why did I still don't get why it auto translates like normal English words and then it just replaces the auto like the word with the word itself, but it just says it translated it. Been 11 minutes, but where's my update? I'm actually gonna geek. I never doubted you. I knew you'd pull through me for me game. Never had a doubt in my mind. Ugh, I feel so fried. I got like 4 hours of sleep. I had to wake up super early. Oh, ooh. Okay, okay. Oh, it's the sign, the bug. Oh, there he is. Okay, okay, okay. I like this. Oh, that's too much. I can't download that. I don't know why, but like this game in specific is one that I sit through every single like week basically and just wait for the update. Every other week actually, but can you tell I'm tired? But does the game seem quiet? It kind of does seem quiet. I might make it a little louder. Oh, oh, my throat. Dante's oogling at the star. I'm really quit at the game. That's genius plays. Alright, what do we have? Ooh, okay. We still have... Yeah, if you want to claim it early. Let's look at this real quick. Twinning threads. Reward exchange. What do we got? Crates. The usual stuff. The main thing I'm interested in is Merceau right here. Because I love the IDs, honestly. They're so cool. I say that about every ID that comes out, but I do mean it raw. I think they're pretty sick.
계시는가? 그새 지령을 받고 나가셨나 보군. 나리의 방은 희고 검은 것밖에 없어. 혼자 있고 싶지는 않아.
Okay. Because I'm probably gonna shut up and let the game talk, and I'll just react to like weird things they say. I'm gonna leave the game volume kind of loud. Because I also think I'm pretty loud too already. I mean, actually, how do I sound? I'm gonna leave the game volume kind of loud. Because I also, oh, you can hear my chair? I think I'm so sorry. I don't know where my mic stands. Oh, it's right there. This looks familiar. Stages. Funeral? For who? Oh. I'm a little ignorant. Oh, actually. Oh, there's gonna be no voice acting. A funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. I can't take myself seriously when I say all this shit out loud. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners. But never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? It's gonna be, I'm gonna make them all just sound like me, so you're not gonna be able to tell who's talking. It's gonna be amazing. Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking where Salt, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all when it came to funeral I wonder why. Etiquette of all of the questions for the pointers. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gesture are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can't any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instruction to carry yourselves with solemn propriety? I don't know why that took so hard. That benefits the occasion. Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Sorry, Ishii. The wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onwards. Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before? Back when we set foot in that grim manor in T-Core? Thou speakest of... I actually didn't read that wrong. Thou speakest of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor. Dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead. Bereft of the dead. I mean, someone had to have died because there wouldn't have been a funeral. I'm actually gonna... I'm just gonna get like the AI voice from like TikTok or something to read this. I'm gonna crash out if I mess up one more word. It would have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Ophi Association's non-terization otherwise. I've said this time and time again, but it was just an intentional enormity to prevent family strife. Intentional enormity, is it? Anonymity. Okay. The situation was indeed as thou sayest. Then there was no helping it, forsooth. Yet 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. The name of the deceased was... It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I have thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. Because nobody remembers her. It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, innit? I feel like a LARPer saying innit. It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the events at Wuthering Heights had become warped. The sinners seemed to think the Golden Bow had always been there in the manor, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it, not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed that twisted version of the memory as it was a proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to convince them. Instead, we just check in on each other's memories every now and then. Because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bow. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will, sigh. Oh, dropped to 0 meters. I assumed that impotent was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not. No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral proceedings. I've traveled to go around quite a bit myself, but I can confidently say that I've never been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was the more proper funeral, as if only for pretending to have... inability to read, actually. At least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. It seems funerals are far from an everyday custom in the city. Holy shit, it's Hohenheim. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are eager to grant time off just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then, what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them the way they died, and after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone just like that. Better than paying loads of money to bury them somewhere to stir up a load of daft rumors. Rumors? You know, rumors about their being valuables buried with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthesis, all that rot. Better to let the dead go in peace than to bury them in a grave just for some sods to later desecrate it. In Hongyuan, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next restructuration day. Not making up new words now. Otious foolishness, all of it. Comforting the soul of the departed, another I don't know what mendacity. I don't know what that word means. All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Are those words from his heart or just something he said to convince himself? Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face. I couldn't see the look on his face with his head tucked so low. So low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other visitors, announcing the end of their existence with the crackles of firewood. So, I suppose you'll be leaving now. Oh. We're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against his Thumner's father. He was given a checkup on Hohenheim, said there's no cause for concern. Physically, that is, the psychological assessment turned up disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being, so you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. Then I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while. Me here? Yes, you. You'll see he wants to look into the sign you manifested. The higher-ups didn't want to waste a second green lighting the project, which means that I'm telling you it's more a notice investigation than a request for permission. What are you? It's just a rather rudimentary instance of a human experimentation. Calm yourself. Human experimentation? I'd be weirded out too, bro. You really have to put it like that, boss. Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two of your skin and maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the evidence features could vastly... No, I'm not giving you my consent. For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observation purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get boss to fend off LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department and their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research you see. Had we allowed them, they would have kept a good few months before letting you go. So the least you could do is think it's being good. Be a good boy and cooperate. Just in time, our researchers are here. Alyssa waved at the researchers who were filling out the funeral hall. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking out here on my own, so just don't run in any painful tests on me. Of course, of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All he could do was offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into full-blown panic any minute. What about you? You not going with him? Oh, it's back to the long-term recovery award for me. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion, but with the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research project in my book marginally. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by a department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, that's true. Your average corporation doesn't give much more than a week off a year. And as soon as Elsa trudged off, directing her steps, the researcher seized Sinclair and carried him away. Carried him away. That's how I should have read that. Alright, we should get going too. Do you have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Got something I said I hope Liz gotta be there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also keep an eye on the researchers and stop them if they're running any fishy experiments. Let me know if you need anything else out there. I'm adding words. The sinners fanned out in the direction they need. They seem to have their own errands to run during our stay in LC. Everyone's busy with their own things. Puff. The only one keeping me company now were Ryoshu, who'd been filling the air around thick with cigarette smoke, and Don Kitty, who was sniffing and asking around every corner for Vespa in a valiant quest for the new color picture's whereabouts. Ghost was still here too, staring blankly into the air. Is she accessing the Gesellschaft? You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There's something I had intended to discuss with you and Ryoshu. A matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? WKOA, says CH. Oh, what kind of assistance, says Clock. Okay. Wait a minute, did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I don't appreciate it, yesterday, especially since he's usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstruction of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form of equally demanding it. It would seem that we are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head when I looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause, as though an idea had crossed my mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is, if thou knowest not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is a bearer of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bull. You there? Why don't you join us too? Dost thou speak of me? LCCA personnel who were cornered by Don Quixote in her rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance to the moment their captor turned her head towards Hohenheim. Indeed, there's a task that requires your assistance. But I have yet more words to trade with those most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? He's got her, bro. For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier for my assistant. You are to be number 2. That is assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded mine exchange with the yellow harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy question. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating the interpretation of manager's speech to Sinner 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Oh, that is indeed a simple task. However, this WKOA eludeth my understanding as well. Prithee, allow me to build a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the messenger's words, not Ryoshu's. They're asking what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation will not direct to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling in the present circumstances is a welcome one. It was simply that the irrationality and efficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow have become sufficiently unbearable. Faust hopes this was not some guileful scheme devised to elicit Faust's cooperation. In any case, manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in House of Spiders. Back rooms, would you say? I deemed that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you were the one monitoring the entirety of all of the 5 prolonged assault operations. Center Force related does not bear repeating. Do we go to the house of Spiders right away? House of Spiders right away. You have assisted enough. Perhaps you could help us. Sure. Although not word for word. Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There is one more member you should bring along. One more. It's gonna be. Points at the camera. Big red circle, big red circle. Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in House of Spiders. Kira. She has regained consciousness. Rose a survivor. Stages. What is this? I don't know. The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. Though every single medical equipment installed around it seemed to be state-of-the-art, this place looks well equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of a lower body in the reconstructive process while keeping the cost reasonable. Reasonable? Huh? Do I want to ask how expensive the other options are if this counts as reasonable? A windowless room thick with the sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Kira was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look too much different from how she'd appeared when I'd seen her through the center shared vision. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes. How far along is the progress of extraction? It hasn't begun yet, actually. We are waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. Then what you even doing here? There is work to be done contingent upon information obtainable only from a recent inhabitation of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion with upper management, I've decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books, just a super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever I asked for something to pass the time. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one more reason I should cooperate. Hohenheim didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely, imperturbable, I don't know. Imperturbable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe, is what I said. Your survival is not incidental. It is the result of calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast of the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would have disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation costs of this room, even at half the current numbers. Which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say lack thereof, in its projected income statements. Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. Hohenheim always had a way with words that could prickle and sting, but with Kira it almost felt as if he traded the usual thorn for a sharper knife instead of twisting it, intent on twisting it right where it hurt. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live, not after I killed a bazillion of your guys. So you anticipated some form of cooperation, corporate level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. Then I must tell you, unlike your typical Basque Street syndicate such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of the information that could be extracted from the apprentice in the middle and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of the great brother in the middle, these two considerations are likely would increase your value in the eyes of the company. Y'all got zero self-respect. You should consider yourself fortunate. What the heck you on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps such as this. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth theorems, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks and simulations, and of course procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. I do not hope that we share this. I do hope that we share a similar predilection. You're so friggin' annoying. You know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Honheim turned towards the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite see myself today. So no disregard that was too rather foolish thing to say. I will defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. And with that, Honheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LCE had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face her now, much less speak to. Which would I even say to persuade her? Puff. No, Ryosho! I was so caught in the thought when someone, quite unexpectedly, made her way to Kira. Yoshihide. You already got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's not true. Buddy! What? No way you're defending that man. Papa wasn't letting a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that, to aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. Little sacrifice ain't a thing in a family. Yeah, family coming from him. A middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous to even you? That's thrown out? That friend, Matthias, that friend was a great brother, only by technicality. He messed up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me, being his brat. Not surprising, it's the same thing for bowl cut too. Same tastes? Yeah. I'm just like poorly translate whatever she said. Young Ryoshu could have beat that. Thou also dost harbor a passionate zeal for fixed. I quickly clapped a hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. So what exactly is your point? My throat hurts so bad. The point is you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. Suki. CQ or slice your neck clean now. She's gonna sink her, bro. Right this instant. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly or I'll snap your neck snap your neck completely. I know something about the neck right this instant. Sink is isn't such a bad way to go for killing on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. This is so crappy. Whatever, I get it, okay? I'll talk about what you want so bad. That actually worked? Victors who go into Blaze of Glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive, the ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you taking this talking in weird ass abbreviations? Like sink, that's so random. Who even says that? Yoshi didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. But is this really the right call to her? We're probably people she needs to settle a score with. As if. Half her tattoos are gone. Clark, they even confiscated her book. You think the middle sorry excuse for loyalty means so much for this stray that she'd bite us? Besides, no better to hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's cause, well, he was weaker than y'all. Ha, yeah. You're the jerk's brat, alright? Kira pushed herself on the bed with a sour face, but she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who'd been waiting outside, back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come. You'll find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. Hell, I can't even unsheath it. You won't be able to without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Now then, let us head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting. We made our way to the House of Spiders, with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. Ugh. My throat! No! What? Bro, I have been locked out of Firefish Gregor for so long. Please!
이번엔
걸맞는 곳이어야 할 거다.
What do I even do here, bro?
녹슨 총에 날카롭게
의를
준비는 항상 되어 있습니다.
차! 함께하죠.
따뜻하게. 아 뭐야? 슈그리 부르셔.
Let's see, hold on. I need to make sure they all have their egos, actually. I kind of forget to give them their egos. Ego. I don't know why I laughed at that.
이번엔
따뜻하게.
함께하죠.
아 뭐야?
You do have, yeah.
슈그리 부르셔.
No, it's actually those are the ones. What you have? Okay, yeah. I mean, that's all the ones that matter. Actually, it's not. And then you have. Okay, yep. All right, we're ready.
제가 앞에 서죠.
Only a few days had passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remembered. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and endless stretch of the corridors hadn't changed, but Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets and unfamiliar devices were affixed all around the back doors. Prithee, who might those people tither be? Tither? Tither. That's me. Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. One guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly judged visitors. It seems introductions are in order for both sides. This is team leader Alan from Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation into the house's back doors. Wayfarer Company? A corporation entity partnered with Limbus Company responsible for providing portable technology, has on prior occasion been referred to as the new or aspirant W Corps, though the name isn't an official one. Our employees have also have taken to calling you the new L. Something we have in common, given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. I remember the company buying to take W Corps' place, right? The same horizon. He's probably talking about being recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corps had already fallen, while W Corps, from what I've heard, is free falling at this point. And these are the manager and sinners of the LCB department. I feel the operations unit frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful would be joining this investigation effort. I understand field operations units are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you've provided is more than sufficient. He's so jolly! Oh, he's gonna die. No! Ellen gave an understanding nod. The man, he kind of looks like Benjamin. I think understanding now. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of Door Breach Team 4. Likewise. Before Faust could even relay my reciprocal meaning were spilled out, Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if my ticking didn't bother him at all. Like he was sticking to a script he had. Something's fishy with this guy. I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante at Limbus Company, and the bus's team performance. You capitalized on the suppression of distortions at T-Core as leverage to put your products, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public, but what's that product part about? Manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I wish I could consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Faust didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. She quietly came by his side and answered my earlier question while Alan carried on with Hohenheim. He was referring to the Monolith Scales project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the expense request of Mr. Hubert T. Core's executive director. So that's how the rumor spread, huh? We reviewed the agreements, and I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. Oh, he even has like a sparkle in his eyes. The look on his face and the look on Hohenheim's face is just so like vastly different. It's the first day at work versus first 5 years at work. I'd appreciate if you could share any prior knowledge about where these back doors connect, as detailed as you can make them if you don't mind. I'm fixed Kira with a pointed look. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation, she still gave up a sliver of information she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing. If it's about Robo-Unk in his room, I mean, I've seen Albina hit it up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out to farm stuff. Farm? Oh, it's gathering material. As you would kind of tell, human guts and all that. She'd come back hauling piles of them, so they're probably connected to the back streets area. You stop. You're low-key pissing me off. Yo! But that's literally all I've got, for real. From when Alan leveled with Kira with a stiff expression. And even before I could register what had happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden plunge. I thought Kira was enough to dodge the surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard as she stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that caught off guard, it was the motion of the punch itself that somehow fell off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact, the chain of actions was there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike down, Coyote spoke up in cold, sharp tone. Thou, what manner of discourtesy is this? Ah. With all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind... Yo, he beats people. This guy beats people. Like, this is the guy that he, like, hires a babysitter because he looks so nice. 500 belt hits. I had no intention of damaging your company's assets, of course. I simply assured this level of warning would not be appropriate in this case. Team leader Alan. That sort of conduct may not be used in your organization. May not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, you understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies, I'll keep that in mind going forward. Damn, they put him in his place, bro. My heroes. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. He used to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free. So freaking annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Alan. That punch just now. What was that? They exhibited a behavior that defied the standard law of physics, presumably a form of technology utilized by a Wayfarer company. Excuse me. Let us resume the task at hand. Center Ryoshu, give Manager Alan whatever information you have. That door should lead to one of the ring's protected turfs. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood, but I have no idea where they actually led. It's all blurry. This seems the only information we can provide will not suffice. We now know the door is likely connected to a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for Wayfarer Company's backdoor mapping process, which means there's less chance of encountering a space beyond human perception past those doors. Alright then, I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? We'll start with one scenario she mentioned. You don't trust me at all. Why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan began setting up various devices on the floor, and soon an elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. There are procedures for handling overfield operations. Okay, let's see what's in here. Wait, is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? They're in a Falvist exhibit. They're in the ID exhibit. The moment we stepped in, the light hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out a room filled with statues, perhaps taxidermied animals. It felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange somber weight. In that moment, someone shouted the sounds, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit, the scale is just insane. That's the whale from Aid Association Great Lake, special issue. Kira, who seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing it in real life sure hits different. And the Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with a harpoon of his own. It's the Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like the one you've encountered, though. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity, modified, outskirts born. They look alive. They're not, right? No, they're not. Duh. And so Robo-Unk did say that the ring has... Man, this would have been crazy. Way more fun if we used the movements, but everything's dead to death. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horn display. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Don Quixote? The eye of this... Uh-oh. The eye of a second kindred of House Tepes. What is it doing here? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's glaze. Opposite of the whale was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on a more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands and bones that looked as though they had been stripped from the human body. It's a gallery of the School of Fauvism, probably a maid studio at that, which comes with a maestro's atelier and an auction house. We will be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Honheim can finish their transmission, numerous footsteps close from somewhere nearby. Okay, we gotta get out of here, bro. Turning toward the sound of the shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us. That presence is kind of like Papa's. Ain't no way, that's not a raid boss we can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here. It's not that. I've read that as Shrimple for some reason. Retreating is not a viable solution here. Doors connected to the spider escaping on a sliding security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate a lockdown sequence. As tension thickened, one of the strangers who wore a peculiar bone mask stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. You came through that door. Then the house falls. House's fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling fallen from her parents' web. How many years has it been? You. Who are you? Ah, right. It makes sense you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I visited you. I knew it! It was honestly pretty obvious, but my prediction was right. You're wrong. You're also probably right, because it was a pretty easy prediction. Alright, a wolf, if memory serves right. Yes, that must be when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still thrashing flesh of living prey, and the predator's ferocious yet cavernously resonant howling. Rings a bell. You're the maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. I don't know how to... Bonnet? Bonoi? I don't know. Ben! Was it? That's right. Emile Benoit. And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's eggs. Doesn't always apply. I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still as sly as a raven, unlike your nurse father's. Don't presume. I only remember you because the tactility of hides and guts made for a passable AW. At first glance, Lily Rachel was casually taking a trip down memory lane, but that feeling she was in fact dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. How much longer till it's ready? Lockdown sequence. Glenn Coyote, who had been shooting the ring members and sensed glare sparked by the discovery of the kindred's eyes, swiftly relayed my words to Honheim without even a hint of our earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of lockdown sequence lies in Alice's hands, not mine. It is by its nature a time-consuming work we cannot expect haste. Perhaps it does not make this a suitable juncture to try out Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestion that involves Donkey removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he had opened his mouth as though he was about to retort Faust. The moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what he was looking at, quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith and potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, this seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of the gaze was Ryoshi's blade, Araya Shiki. I was going to try using it anyway. I've long waited to see if Maestro's death is any different. Telling you that we're just leaving now won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite a fascinating specimen to the artists of the ring. We are particularly a windfall of inspiration and material that has been so conveniently been delivered to them it would be improbable that they would allow us to return unharmed. Faust is right. She and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Ryoshi is the wielder of the Arai Shiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of a high generation, and I happen to house a golden bow inside my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us, but even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshi? Think of that woman as Leihang, and do as you did in HC's mansion. I'll take care of the rest. Alright, that's probably our best shot. What Ryoshi meant was quite clear. Resonate with the golden bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing and catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. Like cut from the Araishiki didn't even if it didn't give us a real fighting chance, it might at least stall the Maestro long enough to give us the time to get away. The floor of the exhibit only houses submissions from students in dozens, but if you look closely enough, there are some possible ones to show the promise of excellence. And above all, this is the gallery of the School of Fauvism, and mine. The gallery of Emile Bonnet. But I don't know how to say that, okay? I really don't know how to say that. Like, I'm looking at it, it's just not clicking. which I would have preferred to take you without a necessary fight if possible. It's a shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here. A Mastos one attack acquired. The Raishiki makes it worth the cost. Do you want a taste? No, she can't pull it out, bro. It's stuck. She tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? How? Don't like how spiders used to find her. She can no longer exist, so why? Why can't I draw the blade? And that's unexpected. So was you mastering the relic? Were they false? Maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it does not make you recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked nothing like a light gash. Yet the Maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood Maestro's arms and her own, as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Noticed, didn't you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide, what do you think of a serpent's defining strength is? What do you want about now? Ask any student and they'll give the same predictable answer. The deadly venom, the sleek scales, why it's lamentably disappointing. The Maestro advanced towards us with an assured certainty, then seized a beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine, linked like a chain in the jaw, bound not by bone but ligaments that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admire the structural refinement. That thrice-coiled ring on her finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo with a sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bones resembling. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? Maestro plunged his arms, with long arms represented into a body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of the nurse fathers, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Oh, time. Selecting sequence still not ready. 1 minute to go. Step aside. The attack from the Iogira Hohenheim hastily brandished and even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. What the fuck? As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identities, something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendage midway through its hurtling motion, and the one who intercepted the blow. Shit. Was Kira, struggling to push it back against the serpentine arm with her hard steel blades. Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart that I wasn't aware of? This wasn't the plan at all. Obviously not. She couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. Because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter rage. The middle, where someone doesn't seem to have a proper member. You've inked quite the quantity of tattoos onto yourself. You must be the new Kit Matthias took in. Why do you stand in my way? Fucked if I know. I'm already regretting it, alright? They're defo gonna ditch me here. What did I even... Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head on. So the behavioral facet of the psyche can be controlled with suitable training. Unexpected data to be, but useful to be sure. Shut it, mister. Quit yapping and let me use my blades. Authorized and ready, lifting line out. Kira's thermal weapons emerged from their sheaths with a metallic clang. She used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke her Benoy from the deadlock as well. The Maestro lashed out again with a monstrous limb, but tis a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, fresh I'll allow thee a glimpse of the badass whom only the most renowned fixers have displayed through the ages. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed into the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the Maestro's attack instantly reduced her to a single red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing to the door. Everything is shit locked on sequence arrows through the door immediately upon her exit. Everyone out the door fast retrieved the organic remnants of city number 3. As fast to made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, the student. What was once Don? Wow, she got smited, bro. She ore-farmed and paid the price. The student of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips. I called it for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back to this would mean having a sizable force of the ring tailing right behind through that door. Kira too seemed to have realized the risk that no one in the right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. I'm such a dumbass. What was I thinking diving in like that? You just don't stand there. Get over here now. Oh, but these guys are gonna come flooding in if I... You TTM wanna get wanna get cleaved in half again. You pinned this on me later. You're gonna pay. Blocking the maestro's arms by a hair as it came down on her again. Kira hurled herself towards the door. Ugh. Holy shit, my throat, bro. Sorry. Kira hurled herself towards the door with every strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone ahead, but while Jonesy was completed, all back door links had been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connections between the two back doors before the maestro could cross over. Bolt cut. Think you can still use your arms? I'm fine. So she says. Kira would be a strong enough addition for us to fight, but the ring members that have managed to cross formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would not be the best of course of action. In that case, guys, I assume you're all available right now. As soon as I called to the sinners, their voices came through Honheim's radio one after another. Well, I guess so. Ready for your orders, Executive Manager. I, Otis, am prepared to answer your call whenever you meet whoever. Hang on, I should finish. Everyone, to me! He's calling in the Avengers, bro. He got bum, ba-da-dum. I actually don't mind. Bum, ba-ba-bum. Ooh, okay. What do we got? The first step is always but a single animal, and with every quest for art and variety, the beast is layered atop the previous specimen. Oh. Oh. Who was Clash one? Oh. Okay, gun clash power after faster. Okay, so these do sinking, these do bleed. Okay. Got it! Oh, it's a... What the... Wait, what level are they? They are 60. Might just ask.
저번처럼 말없이 쏘면 또 검집으로 쳐내버릴 테니.
Why are you clashing that high? We're fine. We're not fine, we're fucked. Alright, let's just do this. Yes! Yes, King! Oh, my hero!
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모없진 않았고
짜증나게.
적합한 조치였습니다.
Damn. Easy.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가.
You tell him, I gotta shoot down.
나라도 그렇게 했을 테지.
Also, what is this melody blessing my ears right now? Hold on.
이만하면 훌륭하군요.
Ooh, okay. Holy tails, bro.
보질 않았어. 그 효과적일 것이라고 생각했어. 제시해야 할 수 있겠어.
Uh-oh.
간당 목숨줄만 붙어있군. 곧 끝장낼 수 있을 것 같은데 소감자들로 효율적인 마무리를 명령하시겠지요, 딴테.
How much self-burn do you have? Yeah, this. Yes, Sinclair. No, Kira. Yes, Kira. Yes, Kira. Yes, Kira. Alright, now we're done with this. Oh, that guy did not deserve that. Okay, probably did, but like... Ego.
별빛으로 숨어온 이 별무리 속에 데려다 드릴 테니
That guy that's already staggered.
별빛으로
But like, we're doing it for the status effect anyway. So she doesn't kill herself. Damn.
또 3번 수감자가
Alright, you're... What the... A perfect glimpse of the power that shall reign over the kingdom. See, like, what does that mean? What timing are we, like, what kind of, like, King Von-ass timing are we gonna get for it later, bro? You can summon multiple sitters from multiple mirror worlds. That'd be crazy, bro. He pops that at the end. He's like, I'm Limbus. This is my company. Alright, he's saying, do the thing you're good at, and that's being reliable. How'd you roll tails? You know, if you rolled heads, you actually would have staggered him. Damn. Okay. Damn. Good answer, Sinclair.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
파고들 시간이다. 잔무에
She's gonna.
살고자 하는
Oh.
모든 것들과 함께
전자가 되어
무덤으로 돌아가라.
There they go.
수감자 기억해 두겠습니다.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
면담에서 지나할 만한 일이 생겼을
Okay. What
언급하라는
crazy ass timing, bro. There they go.
짓인지라. 그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답.
It's only the first door on the impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear I thought that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. You must merely beset by ill luck. We were merely beset by ill luck. Sorry. If you just listened to me and I picked another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. But she uses, I love her. I love how she does use like slang. Like, why even drag me to this place if you weren't gonna trust me, weirdos? We would have opened them all at the end of the day. SD, what's that? Same difference. Again, why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something, or spell it out and say it was anticipated. That's WA. Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high, honestly. I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This, by all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. Tapping away this evidence, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with his fist to her face. Those Falbus won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The quarters and back doors have always been the ring's turf clock. And those Falbus beasts have endured as, I don't know why I said it like that, as long-standing faction with the ring. If they've got that much history, they must know many back doors with the origin and destination points. Alan clarified what Ryoshu's was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourselves over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely that they would move on the House of Spiders so soon. They could always just rush for a surprise attack, though. Even that Falvis Marcher seemed to lack clear intel on what even took place at the House of Spiders. If so, it allows that Where did I read allows? If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? I don't know, I made it. The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like. Once all backdoor related procedures tied up to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt any and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. Puff. Bat aside. Why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? Yesha lifted the sheath sword with an irritated frown. And that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering, most faint, twist seen by all indeed. Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? She looked so shocked, bro. Looks like I was the only one who saw the sword twitching as I thought. It wasn't pleased at all with how Ryoshi was talking about the scabbard. Even the scabbard was weirded out, bro. Ryoshi's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting towards the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memories of Araya? Ryoshi, do you? Is it an SS? A demon engine, enchanted blade, which is a... Probably neither of those, nor is it a sentient sword. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Allen. Please feel free to go ahead. The attack does not damage some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away, too. Are we to return to the headquarters research facility then? No, that won't be necessary. There's a facility here that should prove more than adequate. I'm sure nothing bad will happen there. Yeah, you did so much damage. What happened, bro? Okay, I don't really need to get Mercelt because I have like a shit ton of... I've been saving, bro. I got enough shards for him. So I honestly might just get all the cosmetics and then all the extra stuff and then just shard for him. Because I kind of want him for my ring team. And then I'll shard for Rojin next week. Well, with him, obviously. Oh, and I brought us to what looked like a research lab. Yeah. I don't know why. I'm sorry. Lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there's a place like this in House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus Company following Operation Spider Pyre. They did not exist prior to the house's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Irregular phenomena? An example. Research subjects such as a spatial and analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Sinner 11's sign and manifestation of the possible futures. Oh, that's all. He did not understand a word. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him, the same people who had dragged him off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle. I love that word. So a gaggle of Southerners who had tagged along to either watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after the work. Hohenheim, how long will the examination take? Ms. Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded the analyzer device should be available for the relic now, which means that it should be finished in an hour from now, at the latest. The scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed, it almost felt like a child trembling. I hope you know, I looked at my second monitor where the stream was. It's moving again. Come along, Rish. I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. Ryoshi and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get to Sinclair. Then wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. Oh! It was Vespa Crabro! With a big piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped to his back. Snack thief? Manager. Karen snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate all of them. Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding. Verge, kick his ass! Sigh. Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Karen also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. So I would prefer if you exercise more care next time, or you'll put me in a tough spot. Understood. Karen, super sulky mode engaged, no talking for half a day. Deploying super pass bitter candy. Beep mode disabled. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate question, but I never moved the paper from my back now. It's a little inconvenient for me. Karen forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Best make sure she doesn't listen to the radio channel again. Just looked on with an inscrutable expression as Karen peeled the snack thief sign off Vespa's bag. Make sure to remember this so I don't have to think so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I may have left on such trivial nonsense. Thank you. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it into his mouth. Wait a minute, I was saving that for later. I assumed you were being picky. Well, now you know. Yet I still see you gobbling up my share. You took my snack, dude. First, kick his ass. Rocha, no. I'm aware that half of the snack budget allocated to each dinner is being funneled into your snack expenses, and now you're rating the LCE's supplies as well. Chill, that's totes being agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's the... Oh, he's gonna be like flashbacks. Of course. She said the thing, bro. The lines on Billy's brow looked deeper than usual today. Hoping to help him out of his endless cycle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Did we learn anything about this Sinclair's sign? Yeah, Dante is inquiring about the outcome of their research of the sign. I've heard from researchers but nothing of particular significance came out of it. Observations of the sign so far have been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to limited accessibility to the phenomenon, the only verifiable information so far has been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Chow set a point. Aside from Sinclair, no listeners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a few select people could perceive it. It was more... If there were more individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool for comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate no suitable references exist at the present, and research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomenon has location where the battle took place. By individuals bearing signs, you mean people like Damien and Sanson? Wait. Did those guys do what Sinclair did? Pull in some superpowered future self and just wreck everything? Even Sonya? I should step in and put an end to this subject before Roach gets the blues. I don't think so. From what Ishmael and Faust reported back then. Right, Sinclair from the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe you know those layers of light rings Damien used to finish off Crowbar and Sanson dragging us to his story. Those could be it. Aye, that does seem plausible. I was too happy, but she looks sad, my bad. So none of that is information we can confirm yet. Correct. As you have stated, any discussion of this subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet, ergo, fear would be an unnecessary response at present. This is at best grounded in superstition, but it would be seem that the researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the vestiges left and wakes up Sinclair's future self. Oh, that bit about the sign maybe being some singularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of the hypothesis was that fundamental principles of the sign's working may be equivalent to those of singularities or relics. But not as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there was possibly no means by which this hypothesis may be validated. I see, that nothing came out of them dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway. I'm kidding. I just thought I'd try to go along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately for the better, I think. So anything happened that we should be worried about? I stuck close to him just in case. Nothing serious came out. Just some blood, a small skin sample, and they're also checking if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. Yeah, and I had to fill out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list sensations you felt when you regained consciousness, and your memories of that moment have yet to return. No, I don't know if they'll ever come back. Actually, Faust said they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? A paradox, it would seem, in such case. That Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures. A branch on a tree? If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the original self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested? Not a certainty, but plausible interpretation. Here you go again. More of that nonsense only you like understand. Oh wait, memory or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? Then some part of him's gotta be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps you can still pull off some of the sick tricks from back then. Heard you kicked off proper out there. You even pulled out that trick you picked up from that plastered old geezer. Not just that, he was using Mang. Technique quite effortlessly too. What? That glow? Even he was shocked. Yep, the glowing rings. He had 2 of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? This is the first time I'm hearing anything about this. Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing anyway? Maybe some technique in his physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura. That makes you real tough's one part of it, but there's gotta be more, right? Don't know. Could be a secret finger thing they passed down to their members. Technique gear, something like that. Look at it. That black coney leader, that lay hang prick, and the nurse fathers we fought. A whole lot of them fingers, ain't they? The notion seems to unravel for even among the LCD. There were those who came to wield it, and Virgilius too. So what? Only the proper hard bastards can use it. Some posh top end trick is it? Without anyone in particular prompting it, the sinners slowly turned their gaze towards Virgilius and Vespa. I only learned to wield it from my team leader too. I have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are rumors, though they are all without proper sources. Rumors? They circulate among elite fixers and associates and leaderships that there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. A rumor among fixers sayest thou. Yes, even the technique to manifest it. How-to tips really spread through hair said. Oh yeah, that tracks. The super rookie column in the latest mag bonus vid. Bro is really popping off with it. Straight up aura farmed with a shiny Mang wrapped around the weapon. Must be that my eyes are yet to be privy to such a marvelous Marvel video. What, you serious? It's the latest issue. Literally on the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed a videotape? Alas. For many a week I have been stranded from Mephi, leaving me of a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Woe is me. When I return, I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers. As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis cut into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the mantle of Shin grants its users a high degree of physical enhancement. There is no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes to an equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent with prosthesis and augmentation, and depending on how you use it, the consequence it demands can reach levels comparable to the ego you use. You mean to say that exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you like. From what I observed, it appears to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, it is not unreasonable to assume we can make use of it. Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research. Thanks, bro. And according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is in essence a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Vespa brows visibly twitched at the moment. Yellow Harpoon. Virgilius' lips. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title, the Yellow Harpoon. Well, it fits. I think he's got those yellow stripes on his clothes and uses a harpoon too. Can you argue with that? If I were to exaggerate, even Sinner Yi Sang's pre-contract self could manage to learn it. Why must the self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison? Well, because you're like the wimpiest one here. Don't let it get to you. Even so, it would be a mistake to assume it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bound by contracts with sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. Unless you rely on particular identities or come up in extraordinary circumstance. What a shame that. Shame that would have been useful. Oh, shame that would have been useful. I don't know why. What about me? Can I learn it too? Kira would have been fun. Kira's gonna pop ego, bro. I can feel it's gonna happen. Kira been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the middle nurse probably didn't use any Shin or Mang. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that. Nah, it wasn't odd that he didn't teach you. He couldn't. He was a man who probably never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of... This is like... You slandering him right in front of his D1 Glazer, bro. Piece of trash looking would be incapable of even comprehending such power in the first place. Oh, she's mellowed out though. She's not that much of a Glazer anymore. Vespa's response always come back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns to the topic of the fingers. Kira must have noticed too, or perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes, you'll be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is assuming the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal. Closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line and you will be the one who pays the price. There was nothing in what Virgilia said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LCE researchers and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together, not contesting that decision. Doesn't mean we have no hard feelings towards her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners slip back into their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversation about whatever happened around LCE. The examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. And before we knew it, Hohenheim and Ryoshu returned. Holy reading, bro. I wasn't gonna read because I forgot that these intervals aren't voice acted until the book acts. Actually, what? So we're in it, bro. We're through it. We're in the gutters. To present the conclusion first, no, the notion of the sword being a sentient one is incorrect. The locus of will isn't on the blade, but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature. Yes, that would be the most appropriate description. Not a sentient sword. He doesn't seem happy. She's grumpy dismissed somebody. The scabbard quivers, almost to taking offense. Somehow I felt I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both tinge and sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean that the owner of the will can be resurrected? It's too premature to deliberate on that matter. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as a death at the moment. I just drink water. I assume they asked whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable, and that the reconstruction of the original corporeal body falls in the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. We researchers are inclined to entertain the even infinitesimal chances, but in the terminology of the lay people like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? There is no need to fix it on the impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for a scientist to hold on to. I'm gonna... There we go. Right. But we may have uncovered a threat. Something that could lead to restoring Ryoshu's memories. Though again, that too is merely a possibility. A far more practical avenue for you is to pursue it at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis on the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. He should still be in the Ring Nurse Father's headquarters. That will be all. Hohenheim caught himself off there, clamping his mouth shut as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he constructed in our conversation. Alright, and then off we... Oh, before we go, anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their eyes, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. But going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving, it's pretty clear to me that they'd all intently listening on our conversation. Where are we going to? Right, sorry, I forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Faust, on Kitty Ryoshu, and I have been checking where the back doors lead. And Kira too. The prisoner of war executive manager. You talking about me? Yeah, I'm working with them too, yeah. Best remember to tread carefully. Everybody's threatening her. I would too, but like, it's just crazy. Should you cause even the slightest harm to the executive manager, you'll be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, whatevs. Kira needled that Otis was mocking Pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people just to be safe. One of the doors we went to earlier led straight into the Rings quarter. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff's head shot up at the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany your executive manager. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, executive manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone you're concerned about the peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. To have your indispensable self Proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command. This cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get Otis. You made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just keel over the moment you summoned me. Feels a bit dodgy, that is. Better I stick by your side and scrap it out myself. You probably don't need me to come along, then I guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier, if shit hits the fan. A research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it has found closure. I don't think I can be much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. I will follow if that is your order, manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. It'll probably be okay. I can always summon them again if things get dangerous. For now, I should go see Alan again. Like how technically Dante is voice actor, so I don't have to read his lines. So there's gonna be 15. Oh, I mean there's gonna be a... I really hope I get to use Gregor, bro. Not using Firefish Gregor is killing me. So you've arrived. I was waiting for you. We sifted through and isolated the doors with the highest probability of leading into the Rings Gallery. The next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Gatekeeping! Huh? Gatekeeping, are you saying that you have more to tell about the doors? Yep. That door over there, pretty sure it connects to Encore's nest. I saw Bina going through it all hyped up about some can. I'm sure they loved Albina and Encore. And that wooden door with bandages wrapped around the handle. Pop would go in there to cross out bandages from the book, said it probably a turf protected by a thumb subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier, when she offered only vague snippets about every single door, Kira was now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seemed solid even to someone as clueless about the back doors as me. She's far more cooperative than I anticipated. Even after that Alan character roughed her up from what I heard. Yeah, you'd think she'd clam up out of spite. I wonder if she changed her mind or something about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guard down, Executive Manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. Frickin', I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know? Alright then, based on intel, please proceed by investigating the safest door first. As for the high risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. Alan tinkered with the devices around him and flashed a couple of doors with blue light. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? They all look the same, just start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say that those are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which ones. Just as I reached for the nearest door, as Heathcliff told me to, it suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door. It feels familiar. I shouldn't have read it like that, but... You recognize that door? Cha-ching! I think I passed it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Ryoshu stopped speaking with a fragmented memory painted over in parts slipping in my mind. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk. I don't recall that much about it. Probably, bro. It could be tied to a riot. Let's start with that door. Okay, this one. Here we go. Impatient as Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. This place is, judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located. We're in Encore. This is Encore. Most likely a park. Every sod walk in here's dragging some animal along, means they've got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place. Okay, hold on, can I? I guess we're stuck with this. I can't turn it down. The walk, the past. Ryoshi's mentioned in her memory, and the sight of people fussing over their pets. The pieces clicked together and I voiced the other memory I saw back across the spiders. Would you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, it's like actually the House of Spiders, man. Why isn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. Oh, I know. When I go for walkies, you love walkies, don't you, Saru? Bark. There's this workshop Dad always visits. The door that's connected to a park. We can go right now. Yoshi's childhood memories burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid? Very. Such gentleness does seem most unlike the young Ryoshu. Hey, Clyde, who said you could show my memories willy-nilly? No, come on, it's not something I can control. Tisk Gigi. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of Ryoshi's past. This time, though, her memories seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like we experienced in H-Core with Hanlu. Which probably means... Why are y'all staring at me? That's so random. What the hell? Did you not see that? See what? You guys are zoning out together. I guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Then again, unlike how it was with Lin, Daiyu, and Honolulu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshi, so I guess that makes sense. Was that adorable hound thy companion of old, young Ryoshu? Indeed, my one and only best friend. And that because of that Saru would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on assignment with a spiral driven through her. Yikes! The first ever leash, looking back, it might have been a kinder fate had she died sooner. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal. How could such wickedness be born? What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall what. Did I read that right? Yeah. But there was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain, and then I shut myself in a room crying. You were? Not someone else? Who else? It was me. After witnessing the fragment of memory, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced. Now I was grieving, Callisto opted a solution, so he could give me the gift next day. And what I received was something he called the Beastbone Blade, a tanto that would whine and yelp in Saru's voice with every swing. Ew, no way. I always knew there was something creepy with Robo-Hunk. So that's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Saru. The tanto was alive! Bloody hello, right nutter that psycho. Her eyes were embraced in it. Like adornments, and they'd stare at me in accusation, the tiny heart beat, as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity, so I shortened what remained of her time with my own hands. Got me thinking after hearing all that, why do you still mess with that art thing? Let's be honest, after seeing something like that, you'd want to steer well clear, yeah? Right? Those things you call artworks are so cursed, straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out the other ring artworks, aside Albina and her nurse fathers, so maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that, but yeah, their stuff never gave me any art vibes, for real. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first. Yet, as I learned more, there was some facets that suited my taste. Thou findest appeal in the grotesque creations. From what you've told me about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. The uncanny, the horrible, there's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. But bloody hell, how do you end up getting used to that kind of thing? What do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it. But that bastard Callisto's installation hours caused night terrors and nightmares for her. The scabbard moved where she came to a pause. It trembled. But there was, at once, a strange liveliness to it. As though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors crying from nightmares in the House of Spiders. There's actually someone who got scared of rings back in your day. I need to check on something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, that's nothing else we're checking out anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly found... Oh, it's quiet now. Oh, it's so quieter without the quieter. That is a word. We quickly followed Yoshi back. She stood in front of the artworks covered in sheets of cloth, lost in thought. Right here. There used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but that bastard went about fussing, saying he needed to practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Mommy, what's wrong? Over there. I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. You returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation art of a somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. People were screaming. Dearest Yoshihide, Arai has reached an age in which he may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this won't be a problem. It would. You liking it and acquiring the taste doesn't mean Araya will. Wow. Sniffle. Let's get you back to our room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Saru? No, too big to be Saru. The lacerated memories can never be made whole, no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryoshu everything we knew about Araya, but it never truly reached her. I see this hollow void. This must be Araya. sensation and emotions for what's been emptied begin to entangle with Ryoshi's memories, and that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gave seemed to somehow to show how pleased she was with the small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Alan pointed out. But unfortunately, none of the places we ended up stirred Ryoshi's memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. But how'd they get in here? What? Who invited them? Startled, Kira pointed ahead where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind tents of sorts. Does ring assailants from before? Didst thou not say thou hast sealed the door earlier? Then how do these villains stand before us once more? They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route, another back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be retrieval of the ring nurse father's artworks. Get on with it! We need more pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, but I thought Robo Unk was washed. We got so many fanboys and fangirls there. Yeah, does his artwork possess value in and of itself? Or is it just a case of post-humanist premium of death effect? Think about it. Some of these pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are of little value to both our companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them. Pretty funny. But imagining how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on their description plaques. Pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting those objects, but they will likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and LCE personnel stationed here. Executive Manager. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Otis is right. Better wipe them out before they can try anything stupid. Guys, look, we got another job to do. Lend me a hand. The radio didn't buzz with the sinner's replies this time, but it should be fine. Hustling, bro. Ooh. So, no new enemies. Holy Wrath Resin. Ugh, I'm missing one. I kinda got it. I love seeing red, bro.
완벽한 한 발을 위해
Damn, you tell him. Maybe roll heads next time, but you tell him. Sinclair. Thank you. I was actually gonna crash out. You tell him, Faust. Maybe don't tell him next time. Let's see. Yeah. A resin, so should be fine. No, you bullet him. I don't know. Offense level up. Yes. 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 Good job. I love my burn theme. In Ryoshu.
방심의
Okay. Good job trying, Yisang. Yisang. You're off the stack, buddy.
간당 목숨줄만 붙어있군.
I go for A resin.
곧 끝장낼 수 있을 것 같은데.
This, I mean,
소감자들로
I feel like that'll do deal less from here.
밟아볼까?
What? What is this, bro? She's doing Violet Breaking Slam, bro. 5 Unbreakables.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩.
Oh! Okay.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일처럼 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 거지.
Tell him, bro. The lightning bounce this will be.
본인의 승리일세.
Damn.
골치 아픈 것들이
Who knew the ring was this washed? Yeah,
단테.
I'm gonna explode in a couple turns, aren't I? Ooh. Whiffer and Breast, bro. I love my team. Please stagger him. I don't want you to get hit by that. Please stagger him.
아이씨, 짜증나.
I mean, that's... Oh.
속사.
Hey. Calm down.
골치 아픈 것들이
Are there more? Okay,
조각
actually,
세우고
there's obviously gonna be more this time. I don't know what I'm talking about.
나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
Fuck. Alright. Holy sloth, man.
하고들 시간이다. 잔우에.
저 로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고.
나라도 그렇게 했을
Might be a little good.
이만하면 훌륭하군요.
Okay, Sinclair. Holy shit.
안심해라.
This team is hustling, bro.
펜.
Oh. Is he gonna do?
골치 아픈
Yeah, he's gonna do
것들이
that.
고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
Oh. This guy's beyond cooked. So, just 77 health. You're not living it. You are not winning that clash, bro, DJ. Damn. Good job, team. Really gave him the what for. With this, the last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? Yeah, she was kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but fortunately no other ring members were in sight. Right, but where the hell were those lot coming from anyway? Weren't just the first wave had more of the sods legging it from the back line, like they've been lurking somewhere else. According to the tracking logs recorded by surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? Or precisely does the designation of the corridor refer to? Room resembling a shopping mall, one filled with a batch of toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designate the corridor the middle of the nurse father. The middle of the nurse father. Oh, I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks here have all been wrapped up. Before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all of the Konexi Ioki Losi. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Yura seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as she was going through an inner struggle before long. However, she snapped out of it, like she'd just been locked in decision. Sure, I got stuff to tell you. Like hella stuff. Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so I got nothing. I never once regarded that friend's room as home. My memories of it are all fragments at best. The scabbard gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryoshu in the only way it could. And accompanied by its tremors, we began our move toward the corridor of the middle.
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을
We did
보라
it,
했더니
yay.
벌써 목, 애를 전부 채웠군.
Go.
방지할
this is 100.
사고도 해야 할 뒤처리도 없나.
I'm sure it's fine. Please give me Firefish, Gregor. Please. Please. Actually, I could use a different team. Let's see. What are we thinking? I mean, if I want to win, I could just use my poise team, because Rini Sang exists. But I'll stick it with Burn. I only pull him out when it's like gets really bad. The heck, they swiped everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Fret not, I espy to their half of thy worldly possessions. Articulated fixer figurines, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, okay? I had hella many of them anyway. My TV's gone. The couch too? Who the hell's just... What? As Kira said, only a conspicuous empty space was left where the television and family couch set used to be. Oh, those LCE researchers hauled them away from the center of it. They're gonna set them up in their staff lounge. As for the leather and ornaments, they said they'll be selling them off. Yeah? Oh. Otis seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corner of her lips curled into a faint smile. She spoke with feigned nonchalance. Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'd become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much. I never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell you about what I know. So come this way if you want in. These two doors here are made from paper and wood. They connect to S-Core. And that one reinforced with steel. And that one leads to V-Core back streets where, having lived here and made frequent use of the doors herself, Kira was clearly the right person for the job of identifying where each door Wayfarer Company had asked us to explore led. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked doors one by one. Good work. All data seems to match. Thank you for your cooperation. Until there was just one back door left open. Cool. I know this isn't anything new, but I've got to say these back doors are just too bloody convenient. Them portals too. It ain't doing anything like... Yeah. It ain't doing anything shady like the warp trains either, is it? Yours is as simple as turning the knob and entering. Seems to me you'll outpace the business rival in no time. I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment when it comes to using backdoors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfair's superiority over the current WQ, I'll take that as a compliment. Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said. Well, this has been working relatively free of casualty thanks to the quality information provided. Do you understand that Wayfarer Company's primary service includes pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance? Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees, some who never return after embarking on a pathfinding journey, and some that are killed while battling monstrous entities whose exact natures haven't even been confirmed yet that appear in the liminal space in between paths. So you could just get stuck in the back rooms. It also costs us pretty penny to keep the secured paths well secure. I'd say our operating cost is rather on the steep side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a location with his helmet off. It must be one of his precautions, just in case. Maybe his dry smell and unsettling like a reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seen too much to be faced by most horrors. Still, our work's gotten considerably easier for this job thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working out much better than I expected. Very well then, let's take a look at the last door. And this is the door Pop used to walk through all the time. Followed Kira into the door, and the second I crossed over the threshold, I breathed carrying an oddly familiar salty smell tickled the tip of my one of my clock hands. P-Core. The Great Lake, bro. This one connects somewhere into the general Great Lake area, it seems. Look, why did I think of P-Core? I'm a fake fan, I guess. Welcome to Eucor's giant Stingray port ship. Stingray. Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute. Isn't that? It's that place in it. The port ship that had Salon du Malou, the private hair salon. No! If he shows up, bro. Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder as though the sheer weight of his words terrified him. Does that mean we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo most luscious? Quit it with that luscious nonsense. Why encourage me now when you're so cavalier about blasting my villainous arse back to the lake? Indeed, alas, 'tis true. That punishment wrought upon our merry band has severely outweighed the crime. Must thou not agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupons to use would remedy thy painous smidge? Bugger it. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore. Sweet, then can I use them? We were regulars at the Malo place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle of the fam for a favor, and he'd bring loads of coupons back home. They give away hair coupons for every 10 visits, I say. But I'm even yapping about all excited. Kira, who seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt paused like a bike tripping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scratched Pebble away. Looking back, I guess Papa did Alec care for me, so I... But it's true, these guys went out of their way to get me out of here, even though they didn't know me so well. Oh, it's gotta be so complicated. Matthias gave you that unaesthetic BC. Bulk cut. Bro, listen, like I said, that's not how you shorten these things. For some reason, it just seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she got after confusing Lee's acronym, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Looking back, ever since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough, sinners had less reason to voice their frustrations over Ryoshi's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer cause to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. If your conjecture is correct, Executive Manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along. At first, the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit, though. I know aught of that conflict within thee, trifling and apocryphal they may be, yet we were all compelled to peer inwards at the interests of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what was Papa was really into, to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I need to know these things for you if I wanted to chat him up and talk to him about a mutual subject. So, Puff, you tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. Proud shit. Not a day went by that I'm saying stuff like, Yoshihide learned this in 2 days, or yo, this was Yoshihide's fave, you know? Yeah, too bad I wasn't here to tell y'all that his words weren't worth shit. I once thought of him the same as you do now, a good man, at least among the nurse fathers, caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day I realized that he'd never understand the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it. One day, thou sayest, pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of that man? That I don't remember, when or why, just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? Papa told me things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit, I've never been to school. I'd never even thought of wanting to go to school. Matthias must have been talking out of his ass again. Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. What? I don't... Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me these doors. I even saw Baby going, I'm off to school, Dad, in that video. So I'm pretty dang sure. But I don't... As Kira went on, Rachel's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. I couldn't blame her. So much of her memory had been mutilated. She didn't sound like she was denying that out of hand, though. She seemed to mean what she said. She'd never been to school and never would want it. I can't, bro. And I want to glimpse that fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Very well, Yoshihide. Yoshihide. I'll register you in an institution that is not entirely dismissal from school. There is a subsidiary of the Ring Academy. You sure it was a school, not like an art academy or something like that? Well, that kind of makes more sense, yeah. It must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of Art. Yoshi muttered a few words as though they were pieces of the puzzle she was assembling. Then, after a brief moment, she turned toward me with a stout scoff and look of mild irritation. Clock. You deserve a smack. What? Then lightly smacked me upside on the head with her scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been fine just without it. But at least I got to remember the instant that changed my perspective on Matthias. Dad, how do I go to a school? School? Yoshihide. Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need to go to an institution when we nurse fathers are here to provide you all the education you require. You would later find our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the nest's formulaic educational systems. But Dad, I saw him in a picture book, and I don't have any friends here. Oh, Reen and his pointless... But it is true that there are qualities that can only be learned. That can be learned only through the group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from a school. Really? I intend to send Yoshihide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There's an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with the other talented children of approximately her age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. The prescript approves. But Callisto, I'll tell you that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can. Hand puppet of the prescripts by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice? Of what is right and wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with the other kids. No, that's not quite it. It was more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course I would. When all we ever did was nod along to the lectures and spout purple prose, all the while making pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Our lesson today will focus on corporatist techniques. Now take a good look at the diagram here. Then the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram and... miffed. I don't know why we're learning about corporatist stuff in this day and age. Right? I don't get what's the point of this slog trying to tying and shaping blood vessels to make color that a drop of ink can do better. I read that in a book. Sorry, I'm more excited to learn about cubist techniques than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even part of the curriculum? It's just boring, shallow, gore. No, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow because you guys are bad at it. What? Are you mad 'cause your daddy's a lame corporatist? Oh, is he? No wonder. Your stuff is just as ow. I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Them bad mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to the family like Matthias did either. It's just what I was taught to dislike, that's all. Just one of those tantrums kids of that age have. Kids will be kids and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey, buddy, you're home early. Man, must have been playing rough today, huh? You got dust all over it. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about the class, so I smacked them. What about you? They didn't hit you anyway, did they, buddy? On my cheek, but it's okay. I punched them this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where are you going? Oh, you know, I just got some business to take care of. He's not gonna slime out a kid, right? Why don't you sit tight and work on a coloring book? Daddy'll be home before you know it. Okay, is it bro business? No, it's family business. I ain't seeing what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them snotty sods don't learn respect unless you beat it into him. If only he'd been a simple-minded fool like you, then the story would have ended right there with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. It never does. You hurt a member of the family. That automatically gets you written up in the book. Yeah, and he did what he did in... Oh. 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 Haha, there you are, Yoshihide. Is class starting already? My diligent little girl, I wonder who she takes after. Dad? I know. I said I'll be back before you know it, but I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bastards' tricky mazes. You know how they are. Oh yeah, and there are so many sniveling brats here. Well, as for the crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for you. As for the instructors, well, anyone agreed that they did one sorry job for keeping those tykes under control. In that case, pursuant to Title II, Section 52 of Book Execution by Beheading, they clearly don't got much use for what sits on their shoulders, eh? How do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he? Such senseless, barbaric violence. Uncultured, uncivilized animal. You know, he's pissed. So, do not be discouraged, dear Yoshihide. I have eyed out yet another academy worthy of your talents. It is a much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserk like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. Don't wanna, Yoshihide. I don't wanna go back to an academy. I don't need friends anyway. For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out the things I held dear because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety because I was worried about, I don't remember what, but I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. So whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly as Roches recounted, her past, soon began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. Roches patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once Araya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshi's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine's existence, unlike Arias, was erased by the golden bow itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the ring's nurse father seemed to have been the least awful parental figure of your childhood. Huh? Yeah. Didn't know that Robolink was such a radical guy. He sent you to an academy like you wanted, and even got angry on your behalf? Oh. Hazy memories, almost forgotten to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads. Heads? Yes, decapitated from the incident at the academy, threaded together into a sculpture. Thinking back, it was one sorry excuse for an art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. Ah, I could have spared us the details last. Wait. Well, with that covered, you guys want to head back? Hang on. What's up? Gonna get that luscious treatment before heading back. Shut it, yo. I need it here. Look, those blokes walking out of the salon. What? Huh? Who invited him? Balvis, ain't they? They found us. It would not be odd to find a field branch of the Ring's army movement in different districts of the city, especially that of the Falbus scale. However, various evidence such as their mass and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention suggests that they are in the same pack as the one making regular incursions into the House of Spiders. This is LCB speaking to Team Leader Allen, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. Then why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop. Bloody what? Don't you know where we are? You're smack dab in middle protected turf. Casasina and bro and sisters of the middle will be here any second. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn the Ring's unwanted attention. We certainly don't want the middle coming after us to the House of Spiders too. Sounds like you got a GI. Talk. Ever played a whack-a-mole? Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back through the door and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk through the door. She puts forth a sound strategy, Executive Manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Well, let's do what Kira says. That was quick. Alan blinked, shooting his puzzles, entire squad came pouring through the door long before he finished the sequence. Due to newly emergent complications past the door, we've concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept the engagement of the infiltrators from the Ring. This location, you say? Ah, wait, that door led to his own address, Syndicate or Wings production, doesn't it? Better idea to fight here then. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. It wasn't long before the Falbus began rushing in the door through the open. I didn't want to summon them while they were relaxing, but well, it can't be helped. And I summoned the sinners back to work. I said get back to work!
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
완벽한 한 발을 위해
Yes? No? Yes?
나라도 그렇게 했을 테지. 직접 싸워보질 않아서 그게 효과적일 것이라고 생각했나?
Wait.
관리자의 전표 위에 제시해야 할 수 있게.
Okay, holy tales, but like... Okay, that guy's just cheating.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
That Falbus guy was just cheating, bro. Literally. What was G-Sync supposed to do? Yes?
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
걷잡을 수 없이 타올라.
Okay, holy tales, bro.
쓸모가 없지만
이 결투. 아이씨, 짜증나게. 남았고 그 정도쯤은
의심, 암귀, 불안과 공포 그런 것들이 들끓을 때가 가장 취약하죠.
Alright,
알아듣겠습니까? 지금이
회복 탄환을 쏠 거라면 미리 말해라.
that's not good.
저번처럼 말 없이 쏘면
You're fine.
또 검집으로 쳐내버릴 테니.
Yeah. Okay. Keep cooking. Keep cooking, Marcel?
확실히 훌륭하군 5번 수감자. 덕분에 위험한 순간도 넘어간 적이 많다지.
He actually just atomized them.
방심했.
He has 16 health. Oh, there he goes.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
Ooh, there they go. Kinda cooking on this one.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요.
Wait. This
나쁘지 않은
is
사고를
okay. This is a
시간이야.
heat grab. This is heat.
잔우에 팽 살고자 하는
Oh.
모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로
What?
돌아가.
That's such a good move, bro. There's a flow of his sword. Oh, he's cheating. Damn! Blazing Strike. A casual 34. You can see the thing, bro. Well, I never see the thing, honestly.
또 3번 수감자가 헛짓이라도 했나 보군.
Cook, Sinclair. Cook. Don't get cooked. You're getting cooked. Cook. Damn. Somehow roll tails.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군.
If I don't get to use Gregor for the final mission of this, I am going to geek out.
답답한 법이지.
I just want to put that out there because I want to use Firefish off of Gregor because Gregor has so many cool IDs. And if I
모처럼
don't get to use
괜찮은
a
예술을
single one
보나
of them,
했더니
I am gonna crash out.
벌써 목 애를 전부 채워.
I'm putting that out there. Okay.
방지할 사고도 해야 할 뒤처리도 없나. 돌아가지.
Okay, and that about wraps up the middle's corridor. Thanks to you folks who managed to cut the door cataloging work over by 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door too. Made my life a whole lot easier. It's all thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Next up, the Thumbs corridor, but we actually found a lot of intel lying around here, so we just need to check some doors in its basement. Intel? The manager expresses interest at the aforementioned intel. That. In the Thumbs quarters, we came across a bundle of paper detailing the comings and goings of Thumbs members and orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs had been diligently keeping them updated. The last entry was written not so long ago. While the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting, they helped us get the idea of where each door in the corridor led to. Valencia's shitty scrap papers. She's been keeping up with that useless shit this whole time. Useless shit. Remnants of her desperate search for a thread to cling on to. You found one of her backup. Ticket hoards. I've marked any doors I've needed work with a drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of here. So I've been noticing this throughout the entire action. But whenever anything irrelevant to his Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it, so he didn't even register what was said. Recalling our conversation with Kessera back at Picor, the deeply uncurious indifference that might just be one of the essential personality traits of us to go on as a corporate employee in the city. Understood. We will explore the areas past the marked doors and return here. Thanks a ton, Will. With Alan returning to where the other Wayfarer Company employees were huddled, we decided to follow the corridor to the left. Hey, there's someone in there. More of the ring, maybe? Going by their silhouettes are unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady, get out of my way so I can see. Oh, it's the detective. Some stubby guy, I don't know, and that annoying airy dude. Sounds like Moses, Gregor, and Hong Lu, respectively. Oh, my hero! The trio's composition grew clearer the closer I approached them. Oh, you okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier. Fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall. This is the 3rd time it's occurred. You ought to discuss the issue with the manager once this consultation is over. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Hong Lu's head. He's like the cartoon, bro. Anyway, you wanna know what to do, right? If you see signs of, don't worry, Gregor. You made there, especially in the footage, but you're gonna be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. We're right where it happened, but your arm is stable. See? Ironically, fear tends to grow almost unmitigated when it's distant and unseen. I understand that you might be worried about. I don't even have the earliest portents of it, so don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or I don't know, maybe. I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just had to keep her shoes on, and it's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way for me. What are they talking about? Sounds hella deep, guys. You sure about eavesdropping on him like this? Like Geether's always weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's a chance to learn more about him. He's sharing such an eyes about himself for once. Why walk away? Interesting story. Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Yoshi's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Otis stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She's listening in the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep listening then. Otis was right. Damn it, she was right all along. The war isn't over. It never was. And it can't ever be as long as this joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now let's revisit the question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. How? I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. But killing my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? I can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's just unstoppable. It's like some kind of time bomb counting down to unleash a disease. You'll never know when the symptoms will set off. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people begin to spiral into self-hatred, stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong with that at the present. There was no way to stop his transformation should it occur again. We've still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually we'll have to... No matter what lurks in the past of us sinners, even if they have killed hundreds of thousands, no, tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? We'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. You can really trust Gregor to not crumble in beneath that inevitable pressure. I see you're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Well, that's... At first, I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I actually murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Hong Lu. The bus team didn't have to get off to a rocking good start. But through our journey, I've begun to think of you as my comrades, and I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized that I'd grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstreet thug with this arm, I was relieved. Imagine that the same arm, my arm, a weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the smoke war. I'll be honest, when that hard arm fella said that was an exception, the thought alone made me hope. exception, a potential to be harmless, weaker than even a non-combatant like you saying. It made me hope for a life that didn't sound too bad. We all know how that went though, don't we? Blew up in the worst way possible. And after all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again, because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again, because I'm constantly afraid of this gift manifesting again. The same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Bear it badly. Barely holding on to the idea that the living's gotta live on and nothing else. This really brings me back years. The memories are so clear that it's like they all happened yesterday. Best you kick me off the bus and before push comes to... That can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave with you. Dante and the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can't be said for most people in this city. Now that's something I never expected to hear from you. I guess you're right. If we're seeing this through to any kind of end, it would be the this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city could have some warmth to them like this one does. Boy, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Liv. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, Otis, even Valencia, that piece of work. We can't attach a number to our misfortunes as if there's something to be measured. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distanced you from the past, you'd come to pause, despair, look toward the path you had walked. All those years I let slip by, all those that slipped you are by are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, there's one thing common to everyone. It's that trauma leaves the after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying, and the wounds they left in my heart bled me dry. But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from that corner you're hiding in. And they knew reason. These eavesdroppers, bro. I would have had time to share with Manager Bud or the rest of your fellows sooner or later, so I don't really mind, but what's she doing here? Temporary ally? No, temporary accompaniment. Accompaniment! Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I'm working on a theory, but I don't have any clues about certainty. To be absolutely certain, a word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Here, do you know which door the Thumbsnur's father wasn't most attached to? Huh? No, duh. Duh, that must be obvious. Didn't you guys all see her? You think you just chat up a scary lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever-living shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. But yeah, you went down fighting. You guys to the end, huh? Sigh. Yeah, said stuff about her generosity and all that. Fought to the end. Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a sec, I thought he was totally gonna swap sides. Really? That lad. And why is that? You know, the vibes. You guys don't know because you haven't seen him long. Without the scary lady always looming over him. What's up? Gonna stab her in the spine? You. Look, I think you might be training wrong because, like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about swinging swords from this comic book. That is not how my master has instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation if it means to repay the debt it owes to her. Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady. ... But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? Bro, the heck you talk. I love my papa. Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshihide even came home. I suppose textbook and I had that in common. If this one doesn't know, let me redirect that question towards you, Shinarioshu. Hopefully this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the Thumbner's father showed particular attachment to, or the doors she used the most often? Why ask me? Fine. Yes, I do remember. Don't even need clock's help to piece it back together. It's that one. The ominous looking one, yeah. The door with the metal piece dangling from it. Holy shit, I almost died out there. Son of a fly. Where did those G-cord even drag those gross pests from? Mom, are you okay? Do I look okay to you? No, not really. I'm fine. You know I don't break easy. You should have been there to see me tear the head off that G-core vermin. But Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. You're on their mission, but they really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. The fuck is this? Bandages for you. Is this kid serious? They've got truckloads of expensive treatments on there ready to patch me up the moment I get back in the field. Well, okay, never mind that. Hey, this works. Just sit tight and I'll start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Must have been her years in the smoke war. Yeah, fighting in the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. But she marched to every battle with a smile, stopped drinking, stopped beating me too. Like a blissful idiot who forgot that she was still neck deep in an inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, the ironic piece didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone she called the consigliere of the thumb visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. And that's when she went right back to drinking herself to a shit-faced stupor day after day. The beatings returned and so did the edge in her profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on, why though? Sure, I was on the losing side, but wasn't Melissa on the winning side? A war hero at that. Ever heard of regulation that prevents smokecore participants from moving into I-core and K-core nests? The common thread between those post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. Wonder who else it happened to. Nope. I see there must have been things going on behind the scenes there too. But doesn't that mean that backdoor will drop us into a trench they dug during the war? Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it. What, me? Yes, others can do it for you. But what would be the point? You sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him in any way. We do not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would like to surmise that the underlying cause of his sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then what? It's the trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of his unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk they started relieving his painful past. It's the other way around. If you can come to understand that the war is really over, and that what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, is not necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphose at any moment. While her suggestion may seem blunt, it is one of the basic treatment principles of M-Core's psychological psychotherapy centers. Fine, then. I guess I'll open it up. Gregor walked up to the door, grabbed its handle, and then paused, taking slow, deep breaths. And with one arm, he gently opened it. Why are you running? You should be taking the lead out in front. That's their G-Corps banner held high. I don't want to die. It's nice to have a place to go back to. Oh, right. Happy 15th birthday. But you can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corps pests were far more messed up than I ever was, ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You're nothing but a swarm of messed up monsters. I thought I'd awoken from this dream, but I was still... Uh-oh. I'm sure it'll be fine. No way, there's the second Roach King fight. Cough. Okay. Oh! Yes!
연료는 잔뜩 준비해.
Oh, it's so great to hear his voice again.
할 거다.
이번엔
자, 의뢰로군.
Actually, this will be fine.
녹슨 따뜻
함께
아, 뭐야.
This will be fine.
채워지지 않을 공허를 남겨주지.
Oh. Thank God, I could not have handled another fight without Gregor, bro. This place. It's just some boring old office. I was kind of ready to be shook. Thinking we were about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Of course I do. My last job before Limbus Company. My desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellas. When you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can't help it. Let you hide from the boss, man. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? You can do whatever you want. That way. Work, chill, or even freak out and tear at the slightest sound of medic clicking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're a bother to other people. I got grins. This man is not okay. Mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this desk arrangement, people walking it behind me to get my attention. Higher ups just, I tell her, hey, vet hire, and I'd scuttle right up to them, but others can't do that. So whenever people walked up from behind, I get afraid that I might cause an accident. Vet hire. Must be the post-war veteran special employment. Right, but I couldn't possibly complain. What the okay, I'm not even gonna... Wouldn't have gotten that job without it, you know? Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor? Head manager Ted. Gregor whipped around, his head distinctly leaping to his other arm. It was an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. It really is you, Gregor. I see some new faces with you. Oh, wait. You folks must be the accountant that the guy on the team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. Landed a new job, huh? I see you've got an employee card right there. So how have you been? Same old, well enough. It's not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? I'm not surprised you found new work so soon. You're always a dependable guy. Does it pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you were gonna sell that commemorative coin, some kind of metal, right? Hope we got paid good money for that. Look at me asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say, huh? Moving on. Hope nobody's hounding you with vet hire shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that. Hey, that's good to... Yo, this guy's a W boss, bro. W boss. That you don't have to deal with that dang jackass of an exec VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. You know how many years I had to hear the geezer bragging about how he profiteered from the war, pulling himself up from his bootstraps, about how every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found, blah blah blah. I'm preaching to the choir, aren't I? That guy, huh? Is he still talking about his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? His seat misses his ass every day. Oh, and get this. Remember how I used to call you special employment fellow in Nepo Force? A few days ago... Wait, hold on. A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lining his pockets with kickbacks when we were choosing the fixer office for partnership project. There's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, you know, an actual Nepo? I thought he was the president's family. Yeah, man, it's that bad. It's what anyone ever talks about by the water cooler. If there's anything I learned here, it's that people obsessed with back in my days are all kind of like him. They hate how their glory days are behind them, kind of like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, a Backstreet's kid myself, don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I look back and it's all doom and gloom, you know? If you've ever hit rock bottom, you know, the only way to go left is up. We've said something like that before, yeah. Yeah? Guess it's my own brain of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me running my mouth in front of our customer. Sorry about that, folks. It's a pretty unique prosthesis you've got there. No worries, but it seems you're on. Better submit those proposals. Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, eh? Let's go catch up over a drink or something. Sure, if I get the chance. The man who seemed like Gregor's former coworker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave a good-natured goodbye. I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former coworker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the smoke war seem to suffer from a certain misconception when we are told to remember it does not mean we are bidden to live through the nightmare of the past over and over again. We are not being cursed to relive this pain and suffer from it. Both Ezra and I were both still trying to be free of the misconceptions we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget, then might as well include in your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. Gregor stared at his arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Manage your butt. Can't say I can give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that, though. I'll manage, but it's you who's going to have to deal with this aftermath. Gregor always say the same thing about the suffering from the cruelty inherent in living. Still, live on, just live on. Yet even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look shaded beneath despair. Today, the gloomy gray seemed to give away to just a hint of blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of sun peering through the dark cloud that have long suffocated the sky, and it would probably take much more than this for the shadow to be fully lifted. But don't worry, you'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from his past. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn. I don't think she ever followed us to the door. Huh? Were you here the entire time? Yes, I was told by Alan that Alan figured that someone had to stay behind and watch the door during these operations. So I stayed and... Oh. Oh man, it's those asshats again. Weird. The corridor is not a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. I looked past Otis this time to see more Falvis pouring into the corridor through a different back door. We must be trying to find a way to get to the ring nurse father's corridor. We can just let them through, can't we? Kill them all! Once I'm gone, bro.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
Yikes. There'll be less resonance.
버티나 보자고.
Let's see if I got this, bro. Yes! W Gregor!
아이씨, 짜증나게.
얼간이들이 흥겨워하는군. 대체로 저럴 때는 이유가 있는 법입니다.
W Gregor, bro.
이유를 잡아 족쳐보시죠.
조여먹구를 달궈볼까?
Yes, you sang? Yes! Oh, 4 in a row, you're my hero.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
W Kira? I'm glad you... Okay.
간당.
Alright.
목숨줄만 붙여
Time to start yelling.
곧 끝장날 수 있을 것 같은데. 소감자들로 효율적인 마무리를 명령하시겠지. 단테.
Damn!
확실히 훌륭하고 5번 수감자. 덕분에 위험한 순간도 넘어간 자 많다지.
Where's your SP, bro?
전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요, 단테.
All heads. You know what? Good try, bro.
그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이
확인.
일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜
W Kira?
답이지.
가만 남았어도 이 정도쯤은.
강력한 공격은 단순히 적을 제거하는 이점만
You literally have 5
있는
fuel
것이죠.
left.
이제 저들은 자신도 그렇게 될 거라는 불안에 휩싸일 테니
Not exactly what I would call ideal.
본인의 승리.
안심해라. 고통은 없어.
또 3번 수감자가 헛짓이라도 했나 보군.
And then, ooh, actually, we want that. And then... Let's just whip those out. Yeah, you'll probably use a player ammo.
걷잡을 수 없지.
I should probably have actually played around your gimmicks, shouldn't I?
아이씨, 짜증나게.
일발 장전.
Damn. Damn. Is that... Okay, I thought she just like lined up half my team. W Sinclair? W Sinclair? Damn! W Sinclair? W Sinclair? Ah, it's such a good ID, bro. He's saying, wait. What? Okay, I'm glad he pulled that back. I would have actually cried. Is that even? Oh, it does even work in. This beat is so tough.
죄다
전부
죽상이지.
녹여서 썰어버려도 상관없지.
못볼꼴이라도 보았나.
Jeez. I guess we're just doing this. And this. Some of you. You like actually don't even have Fire Fist. Okay. Okay. Damn. I forgot how much aura burn IDs have.
캐치. 소각되었습니다.
본인의 승리일세.
W Gregor? Alright. Another combat encounter. Done with absolute efficiency.
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만 이번엔 그 귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군.
Neck and neck.
잘 놀다 간다.
Basement.
회수하지 않은 탄피는 팁이다.
무슨... Whoa! W index?
입정을 알리는 음악 소리가.
Once we dealt with the Falbus who invaded the Summoner's father's destroyed corridor, we left for the indexes. We went to a few familiar faces waiting for us at our destination. Well, you guys just have today off. Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along. It's, you know, you keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something, so I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. You're summoning a card at the most unideal moment. No, I know you weren't doing it on purpose. Well, 3 times just somebody else leaning over snacks topped with a bunch of whipped cream. Today I learned that blacking out and waking up to a me-shaped indent in a cake I was about to chat on doesn't make for a very relaxing break. Sorry. I should have checked you guys before summoning. I'm still getting used to it. It's okay. I'm not being too sorry. No hard feelings, you know? I'm talking to Lex. I need some exercise. That's all. I appreciate the additional employee assistance, but now, if you could share any information you know about getting another corridor. I hung out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was this super clingy, annoying little... no, that wasn't the mask dude. There was this other, There's something you don't remember? Alright, Kira probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora, I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. Is that someone who used to live here? Yeah, well, Sora was the Index Apprentice, so she probably lived here. Forsooth, the Index Apprentice, who, pray tell. Wherefore, it was that the middle, the thumb, and the ring each have apprentices, yet the index and pinky lack them. It would indeed be quite odd if a mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Retrace, my recollection yet I find the following: a trail of utter odorless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can't. The representation of the pinky and index apprentices are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade had shredded and reduced them to intangible formlessness. How refreshing to get the same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. As it seemed, there was only one who remembered the 2 apprentices. I retraced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora. It just sounds like a very forgettable character. Well, be right, she could cut her into ribbons. That'll explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events with a critical part missing in between. I can almost imagine her giggling to herself like a creepy loner. She probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime. I see, sensitive. Why I felt like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave. Yoshi, let's say the world's made of strings or threads, Clock. With every slash, the blade would be cutting through the flow of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you'd think neither trace nor shape would be left in it. But now that you've pieced some of it together, it's almost... Instead of elaborating further, Ryoshi fell silent, save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash, like she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn, it totally breaks the meta. I had a vague idea of how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing the deets. The deets. Papa had to go through 4 ramp-up stages and remove the seals to like even make full use of his sword, honestly. He just needs a trade-off. Your sword is totally power creeps Papa. Your sword totally power creeps Papa's. T.O.? There's plenty already. Oh, so true. The slicing your memories weighs one hell of a trade. Sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have any idea. Anything that contributes to this quarter. Ah, I've got one. I know where it leads, but the index guy used it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. They rarely gather in big groups. That's pretty unlikely. Wow, what was that for? Why you just hit me with the sword at the handle? I didn't do anything. But I saw it. I saw Rishi's scabbard Orion suddenly jerk to the side, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed or something. I won't STS. I'll SYLC until you can barely walk. I swear this isn't slander or whatever. Look, he poked me so hard I left a mark on my arm. Well, I don't want to read too much into it, but the scabbard was rattling like he was irritated by something. Stop interpreting for it. This is why she must stop making up these nonsense acronyms. He's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating for us. Said a lot like a rise. Dante, you saw that too, right? Oh, yeah, she didn't do anything. Really? It was... He's schizophrenic, bro. Gaslighting. To be fair, Sinclair, no one else but I saw in full detail how Scabbard came to be, which means that he couldn't imagine its wildest dreams that the Scabbard poked him on its own volition. It doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard that voice either. You guys bully him a lot, huh? Well, that's been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. Kira directed us towards almost disturbingly normal wooden door, unless that I could have mistaken for any of the dozen doors we walked past in other nests. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through the door. I think this leads to a basement, and emerged on what appears to be an almost like dungeon-like basement area. Wherever that masked unk's beeper rang, he'd walk through this door. So, who are they? The Index. Signs of life. There were people living down here up until a few hours ago. Why are you here, paper slips? We were only executing the prescripts. I've had it with these prescripts. Though at least yours don't make annoying beeps. The basement was stocked up with shelf tables with non-perishable food, and the cells were completely empty save for what looked like a makeshift bathroom in each of them. It is likely this dungeon was used to imprison individuals with varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? This room seems to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among Faust's conjectures, it is simple that these captives were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking. That sounds like that guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Wait, that staircase right there leads up. Let's check out what's friggin' annoying, man. The heck are you doing? You cannot enter through this door. Oh, I see another griever body blocking in the doorway. Move, I need to see something. The will of the prescript forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing our way in here? They seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I'd prefer if we stayed as far as possible from anything that has to do with the gods. I mean prescripts, but nothing in this basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects to. Oh, this is right. We're gonna have to go upstairs somehow if we want to get the idea of where this door leads. If Rian's been using this basement, then I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that this door connects to some of the basement is more than enough intel to cross off the list. Still, this is anything else to Yoshi's memories. Alright, let's push through. Executing your command, executive manager. The will of the prescript is absolute. Is it though? Boom. Bro doesn't believe. He's a fake. Actually, no, I'm that proselyte. And I'm gonna solo all of them.
이 기회에 평소 지휘 실력을 확인해 보죠.
They do just tell you to jump one person.
하던 대로 해보십시오.
So seriously. Seriously. 14 compared to... I guess that's what we're gonna have to go for.
해체 억압 진행하겠습니다.
낙인을 새겨드리죠. 그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가
Ghost.
없진 않았군요. 단테.
Fuck.
갑한 조치였습니다.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice. Nice.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Damn, they're slamming him out, bro.
일발 장전.
의심, 암귀, 불안과 공포 그런 것들이 들끓을 때가 가장 취약하죠. 알아듣겠습니까? 지금이 적기라는 것입니다.
해체 억압 진행하겠습니다.
Alright. Wait, hustle? Hustle? I really don't know if you're gonna win that. Gregor. Gregor.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
끝내. 전수 흐드러지게.
가만히 남았어도
Oh,
이
I definitely
정도쯤은
gotta slime him out.
골치 아픈 것들이 거기 조각이 되었군요. 단테.
Ah, bro, manifested ego. Yeah, I need to get myself other good clashes or something, so I don't have to worry about.
완벽한 한 발을 위해.
Quick, slime him out.
그래. 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는
buddy.
맛이 나는.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이.
That's my words exactly, Kira.
마무리.
How many
골치
proselytes?
아픈
8.
것들이 거기
figured.
조각이 되었군요.
Um,
단테.
how much fuel do I
나쁘지 않은
have?
성과입니다.
Too many fuel. Too much, bro. Too much fuel. Where is it? Oh, it's Faust. Oh, line them all up.
완벽한 한 발을 위해. 격발.
아이씨,
That's
짜증나게.
just everybody on our team, bro. What are we doing?
해체 소각되었습니다.
골치 아픈 것들이 거기 조각이 되었군요. 단테.
Nobody
나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
hears. Nope. Much. Yeah, I actually do have enough self burn to.
해체 억압 진행하겠습니다. 불꽃으로 수놓은 이 별무리 속에 데려다 드릴 수는 없어도 끌어안아 별빛으로 만들어 드릴 테니
Okay.
전격발.
Dope.
이 결투.
골치
저것들
아픈 것들이
전부
고기
녹여서
조각이
썰어버려도
되었군요.
상관없지?
단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
I got a ore farm. So yeah, 144, 183. So damn.
아른거리는
She's gonna kill. No, she didn't kill herself.
저
총알값
수감자는
아까울 놈은
기억해두겠습니다. 단테.
I think she didn't kill herself. It did activate, but she didn't kill herself. 'Cause
생겼을 때 언급하라는 것.
I'm a genius and I popped ego. What's up there? You may speak to me casually, arrive, but in the presence of other apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Dihui star. Come on, it's not like I want it to be the Dihui star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So what's up there? The stairs. I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? Those wanting of yearning needn't raise their heads skyward. Am I seeing Araya's memories? Check what's upstairs. I'd check what's upstairs too, honestly. A little suspicious. A little susmungus.
일부 동화율 정상.
Damn.
개체의 행동 패턴 추출 완료. 이 정도 성과라면 다음 연구로 이어나갈 수 있겠군요.
Okay, there is 100 in them. No, there's like 15 missions, so. Oh. Oh. Okay. Apparently a new download has been added. I gotta take my game now. 1 point, that's too much. Huh? What? But, huh? Oh, okay. Is it gonna... Okay. Well, that was interesting. So... Back to it, I guess. Oh, we already did this one. More proselytes.
사냥감인가. 몸이 끓어오르는군.
이 기회에 평소 지휘
I'm honestly just gonna win right this.
단테.
완벽한 한
대로
발로
해보십시오.
It's late, bruh. I learned it. buddy.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
That's what I'm saying. Yishang. Yishang. Thank you.
그간의 전투 경험이 없진 않았군요. 적합한 조치였습니다.
받아볼 텐가.
Literally no way.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
This is my tempo. You tell him good. You tell him good. I thought I had to shut up for a moment. Stop. You stopped winning, bro. Ah!
상정외의 공격이었으니 이것까지 당신 탓을 할 수 없겠군요. 설마 알고
Oh,
먹기 하지
they're gone.
않았으니
바이올렛, 브레이크 슬램!
지금 시계를 돌리기엔 촉박할 테니 다른 수를 생각해야 할 겁니다, 관리자.
That's...
쓸모 없어진 놈은
Oh.
후퇴시키는 것도 좋겠죠.
Yeah, actually, that's pretty bad. Alright, Marcel, you're just gonna have to win that, buddy.
화격검.
Bro.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Nice. Good try. Yes! No! Yes! Yes! Winning a neutral clash, like, it gives me like a better high than just winning like a struggling clash. I don't know why.
타오르시게.
He has 21 health, bro.
이 정도쯤은
골치 아픈
10 of
것들이
these
고깃 조각이
assholes. I mean,
되었군요,
friends. I mean,
단테.
well.
나쁘지
I
않은
mean, just call them what they are,
성과입니다.
honestly. I mean, let's not kid ourselves here. 14. Got that. And you're done for. Here's the turn. Yeah, you're fucking saying. I'm sorry. I can't do anything for you. You're just gonna have to kind of eat that, honestly. Goodbye, Yisang. I like how he like has to fix his posture. Yes. Yes.
이것밖에 못하나.
Yikes.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Damn. Yes. Why does he have 45 SP?
의심 암기, 불안과 공포
Something-
그런 것들이
something's
들끓을
amiss
때가
here.
가장 취약하죠. 알아듣겠습니까?
What the fuck?
지금이 적기라는 것입니다.
Oh, you're just done for. Oh, yeah, you're just dead. I took care of 2 of them. Okay, man. I got 2 remaining activations, bruh. I can do whatever I want, and I'm not letting myself get worked over by some fraud.
언제까지
I mean,
버티나
the index aren't frauds, but like, I can't let myself get cooked by proselytes, bro. Alright, Greg, I do 3 million damage right here. 39 SP, all heads. Thank you.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하여 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리를 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 거지.
Yes, Kira.
낙인을 새겨드리죠.
Damn.
저 수감자는 기억해두겠습니다.
이것들 전부 녹여서
Looks like this guy can't handle the
썰어놓지?
heat.
치아할 만한 일이 생겼을
Sorry.
때 언급하라는 것도 상부의 지시인지라.
Seriously. Who are they targeting? What? Mersault? Really? If he staggers, he gets the second phase. Which is fine. Actually, you can take that at least, and then you can take this one.
해체 억압 진행하겠습니다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Gregor. That was close.
시들어지게.
Like uncomfortably close. But you did pull through, I guess. So. Yes, think of using on somebody that actually has HP.
브레이크 슬램!
강력한 공격은
Most of
단순히
them are
적을 제거하는 이점만 있는
Either
것이
dead
아니죠.
or
이제
staggered.
저들은 자신도 그렇게 될
Dead,
거라는
dying, or
불안에
staggered, actually.
휩싸일 테니.
I can just put. Oh, geez, you'll explode immediately. You'll explode immediately. 1 on you, and then the rest I'll just like dump into you too.
화격검.
Bro.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
I'm astonished.
총알까봐 떠올노는
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이
you're-
되었군요, 단테.
Like
나쁘지
literally
않은
all dying this
성과입니다.
turn. I mean, you. Can anybody beat that? Okay, you apparently can. And then you're gonna explode from bleed, so I don't care about you.
화격검.
Thank you.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
나갈 수 없어.
Alright, let's see what's over here. Let's see what's up the evil, messed up staircase. Kind of a letdown when they're body blocking the door like there's some big secret behind it. Right? Looks like just another very average family home. Oh man, I get cleaning up's a chore, but peeps should at least dust their home once in a while. Oh, is this? There's like a layer of dust covering every surface, and the blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one is best living. No one's been living here for a good while. Whichever family lived here must have had a child. And look, they're drawing and dolls too. It seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Could something bad have happened in here? Yeah, something must have happened in here because caused family to flee and they never got to return. Lots of evidence suggests that the open door, single shoe just lying around. So someone fled from the house for some reason, never to return. I don't know, it's kind of hard to narrow it down because it's really could have been anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Ryoshu? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every frame photo is signed beyond recognition. Singed beyond recognition. Whatever documents there were have been torn to shreds. Kind of like my memories. So this wasn't really where he escaped to, huh? Yannick's nurse father, Reem. Last we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound at Ryoshi's hand. If by some miracle he survived, there's a chance he'd come after Ryoshi again, but something about our last encounter led me to believe that was the last time Ryoshi would ever see him. This is... Do you recognize the drawing? I found myself hoping to see Ryoshi piece together in my memory, but she'd been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded selfishly, shaking her head. No, I don't. Uh-oh.
일고 통화율 정상. 개체의 행동 패턴 추출 완료. 이 정도 성과라면 다음 연구로
Sangria.
이어나갈 수 있겠군요.
Oh no. It's bad when it's just clear. Castle modules, really? Okay, I'm gonna have to actually like come up with a half decent team here. I can't just throw this shit together.
연료는
Obviously.
잔뜩 준비.
준비는 항상
열 걸.
녹스
의뢰
이번엔 어떤
시험해볼 기회구려.
자, 의뢰로군.
따뜻하게.
함께
There we go. Okay, actually,
따뜻하게. 뭐야?
I just realized that you are the wrong identity, and you've been the wrong identity.
함께
따뜻하게. 뭐야? 불꽃을
And
벼리겠어.
that's kind of bad. So let's put you on the right identity. And after leaving Arian's quarters, we explored the Nexus corridor for a while, but didn't find anything that could help piece Ryoshi's memories back together. Great work. Now leaves us with just the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. But that room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There were just countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guideline makes it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away, which means that our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. Okay, glad we could help. Dante replies they're happy to be of assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Alan returned to the forward base. Probably should have done the same, but want to take a look around here anyway? Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. The Pinky Nurse Father's room had a peculiar structure. Each door we led open to a room identical in shape to the previous one, and even though I was certain we traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. There are some small design differences between each room to help tell them apart. It's difficult to tell which is which unless you look really hard at every detail. Where are we now? The kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch flicks or clips, so I thought I'd come visit. It's somebody I've met too. I think it was there's another one who was severed by Arashiki. Damn, you might be right. His name was Ren, the Pinky Apprentice. I tick-tocked, but no one really seemed to have anything to say to that. I suppose it only makes sense after all. His existence registered to no one here but me. So when you said back at K-Core that you'd cooked before, you were talking about this, huh? Yep. I used to perform intense culinary artistry here. Your scabbard's shaking. The reviews were glowing. One of them said yum, meaning yeah, unbelievably mouth-watering. The scabbard, however, was defiantly shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryoshi's claim. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? I'm having a hard time believing her if you ask me. What did you usually make? Box lunch. Box lunch that kids might bring to grade school with sausages, cut octopuses, and tamagoyaki. A bit simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? IF. Didn't you know there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry? So I want octopus sausages, tamagoyaki. I don't know. And why are we making sausages out of an octopus? No, I mean sausages cut like octopuses. And why are we cutting sausages into octopuses? Because it's adorbs, that's why. Something like this. What's that? Sausage carved into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single section go. Come on, I mean like real life. It's gotta be adorbs. Isn't it all SD once it goes down the gullet anyway? It's so important. Mom, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. IDU. Huh? No weird acronyms thing again on you. Means I don't understand. So when you say IDK, Mom, SMH. Must be the happiest memories Ryoshu and Araya shared. The sinners meet Araya even as a scabbard can imagine or recall the evil. But for Ryoshu, the most important part of those memories remains sliced away. Still, if we can continue to piece more and more of her memories together by going over these places, do you want to check out what's upstairs too? As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Wait. Hang on, clock. I don't open the door just yet. Looked back and found Kieran Heathcliff poised to fight, hands and weapons. This way, manager. And Marcel, who realized what that indicated, yanked me to the back of the line. And in a mere moments, there was someone guiding those whelps figures. They sent more than fodder to the house of spiders. Stinks of a wet dog. The claws of massive paws slashed through where we had just been standing. Oh, it's the Rojan ID. Ask. It really is, as Maestro Milbono said. This place is already occupied. It'd be so if you'd be so kind to help me with the directions. Is this where Master Callisto's art is located? The question came from a woman who appeared to be from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, unlike the Phobos would encounter thus far. She seemed to make it a point to speak and act with decorum. But the subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed the air of faux civility. I'm sure you're at the right address, lady. Robo stuff ain't in this part of the house. Find a different corridor. Yeah, yes, I'm aware. But I'm not here looking for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense gaze even through her face was obscured with mist, and there was no doubt her eyes were bearing down on Ryoshu. Suddenly, I was reminded of what Rian said moments before he fled through the corridor. Let them observe us too freely. The Falbus got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact the House of Spiders has fallen, and that Ryoshu currently has possession of Araya's Shiki. They want Ryoshu for themselves, whether she's completed or not. Ryoshu as she is now. Isn't that intriguing for once? My name is Rufo Yoshihide. Oh, the blade coveted by the Five Fingers, Master Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. As a docent of Fauvism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? Don't see the point in hanging out with people in those unaesthetic AM. Essex Majority declined Rufo's request with a curt reply, and Araya too rattled angrily in the docent's general direction. Then I'm afraid that my only remaining option is to rely on our usual method of ushering. How are our odds? I don't know, she's probably tougher than my maxed out stats. Really? The shape of her ring suggests that she's a docent of the School of Fauvism. Her position is comparable to that of a capo of the thumb or a big sibling of the middle. Verily. Verily! That maketh her a foe who may surpass even Ricardo's might. With a stroke of ill fortune, even Lehang, that she's anywhere near as strong as the Glaze! Glaze, my hero. Hero. Our chances are HOHOM. Half or more. Half or more. I like those odds. Half or more. Dude, really? Outmoded has-been. Why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time? It was a decision met with much confusion from the outset. To entrust such a monumentous project in the hands of one such as Callisto, why everyone agrees that it is no less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. And they were quite on point with that assessment. His over recovered from the house were more than tools and art. The sort that the likes of workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them art. Now I must ask you for forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different from the rest of his artwork. But what I observed above this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the furry which you scarred the walls and floor as though the frenzied beast had torn through them. There's but one tool that could possibly left such marks behind. At least you've got a passable eye for art. Yoshihide, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? It will be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnant that dubs itself corporism, a movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that once it has depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began pulling on empty definitions onto itself. Fauvism is a movement that has broken from the traditional mold, unfettered like a beast that roams free. We dare ourselves to ask questions that challenge the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define what we call le fauve? Wild beast. These are the subject matters that have led us fauves into the field of fertile creativity. Should you, a wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, it will layer your work with such unrelenting spectrum of colors that it will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be much greater worth than what you may have learned from a teacher like Callisto. Never consider him my teacher, not a real one anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I considered some of your works created by your school unacceptable, at least among the rings or art. They're not, I can't remember. And will you? I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue. Didn't the sight you claimed to have seen me clue you in? I do understand. Your art may appear to be no more than uncheckered chaos at a glance, but upon closer observation it reveals a fierce, dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as the connecting suture. Your blade work, too, shows the multi-layeredness mere keenness often entails mundanity, yet you have transcended such a limit by scorning the tail end of each slash truly unique aesthetic. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of the artist's merit imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes and call that shallowness hell's beauty. The sorrow condensed into a cry held as an instant, wrath unbound from the yoke of reason, the fading gleam of despair in the hewn. You give no thought to what each of those emotions signifies, instead of obsessing over the curiosity qualities of what is beheld. Let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention because I want to afford you another long-winded lesson. Pointless, fauvists, suprematists, blau raiders, cubists. I've visited my share of ring galleries, heard their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions buried under symbols, caked in patchworks of empty shells. You and your art both talk too much. It's like Callisto's kept trying to take from others' movements, forcing meaning into where there was none. Excess is easy, anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it wow, these are some new words. Alas, if all is won by abbreviated away, there's nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains, and it holds things that can't be found anywhere else. Is this a minimalist man? No, my aesthetics go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of arctic immaculacy, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is impossible. Sangria. A bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain, with the distinct lack of any meaningful striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above the Fauvism painters, where the stubborn sort mere words can't convince? Indeed, there's no discipline more subjective than art. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. Then I suppose I'll have to carve it right into your eyes. Please do, though I'm afraid it may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetic. I am docent of Lefauvism. I.A. docent of Lefauvism. Is me? Yeah. Shall personally welcome you to my critique session. This shit is not tough. It is pretty tough, honestly. Wait.
얼간이들이 흥겨워하는군. 대체로 저럴 때는 이유가 있는 법입니다. 이유를
Wait.
잡아
Alright, Rufo.
보시죠.
Gain 2 protection for every allied Phobos in the ring. If this unit used critique in this encounter, gain 2 protection and heal 5 SP. Okay, so kill our allies. Immediately before getting hit by a skill that has 1 attack waivers, an allied student have the said unit take the attack instead, 2 times per turn, excluding assist units. Okay. If an allied Phobos student in the ring which defeated this encounter, refill its vacancy with the same student. A student that refilled the vacancy due to this effect gain an offense level down. Combat, turn end. Inflict 10 palette vibrant next turn and those to sinners that have multicolor rogue and touche hardy. If target has intrinsic is the outward appearance of each animal with a distinct purpose. Mentorship, randomly apply offense level up. Recover them from staggered. Gain the effects of fixed panic. A 70% gain a new pattern. Wow. Okay, so kill. Just get unbreakables. They get unbreakables. And what goes on there? Okay. Okay. So honestly, that's dicey. This does seem like a pretty important fight, honestly. So let's see, that rolls 12. That rolls 13 or 14, I actually remember. Put one there, one there. That one there. Any of these be neutral? Let's see. I mean, Kira could eat that, honestly. That's neutral. I don't know if I want that to be neutral. That's favorite, okay. Let's see, you just gotta win tails on one coin. Okay.
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
Slime at the students. They get debuffs. I use you to kill Otis.
아이씨, 짜증나네.
Just using that off run immediately is so crazy. One heads, by the way. Get him, bro. Okay, a lot of loss. So she's rolling all 12s with unbreakables. They're just targeting Kira. You are. She can tank that, honestly. Okay. That going opposed. And then, let's see. Do you have paralyze? Surely not. What happened to your clash? Why are you clashing
이
so
불꽃이
poorly?
어디까지라도 번질 수 있으니
Gonna roll. And she rolled all fours. It's there. I hate relying on future clashes, but it's kind of all I can do.
화격검.
Especially when they're this dicey.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
And then that guy's just gonna get slammed. Oh, that's bad.
이래서 걱정
Damn.
저런 꼴인데.
Fuck.
남았어도 이 정도쯤은.
You saying? Yeah. Thank you.
끝내. 전소하리.
Oh, I think Sinclair's dead actually. Yeah.
밖에서 맡고 있는 꼴을
아!
그다지 유쾌하진 않군. 관리자, 수감자를 무방비하게 만들지 마십시오.
Well, fuck. Neutral. Dominating.
화격검.
Oh, Greg.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
전격발. 확실히 훌륭한 5번 수감자. 덕분에 위험한 순간도 넘어간 적이 많다지.
속삭.
Well, actually, she just slimed so many of them out.
기억해두겠습니다, 단테. 면담에서 치하할 만한 일이 생겼을 때 언급하는 것도 상급지신지라.
I do think Sinclair's probably dead, honestly.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩.
Yeah. Is he somehow alive?
골치 아픈 것들이
Isn't
고기
Bleed
조각이
gonna...
되었군요, 단테.
I don't know. Okay. Yeah, honestly, I might. that's probably good to put that on there. Put it 13. Actually, you're gonna die anyway, so just put that there. Seriously? Actually, who's... Yikes.
해체 억압 진행하겠습니다.
일발 장전.
Literally how?
짜증나게.
괜찮아. 상처는 찢었으니까.
What the fuck is happening?
즐겁군.
Oh. Favorite, by the way. I guess not favorite enough.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
끝까지 함께 싸울 수 있을 거라.
Holy shit. Thank you for at least winning this.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩.
총알값 아까울 놈은
패잔병같이 무릎
I'm gonna need you to lock the fuck in ourselves.
평소처럼 넉살 좋게 같이 상황을 개선해 보시지.
Damn, I can't even. Okay, that somehow. This favor. That also somehow. Oh, they have offense level down. Okay. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm gonna have to pop Great Trick Cousin.
진행하겠습니다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
That much damage for like what? Where even was that belong, bro?
이것밖에 못해.
Damn.
그렇게 시원하게 처리.
Okay. Okay. My hero.
처리는 마르게 하는 일이 덜 답답한 법이지.
Okay. Great Trickle all over the system, bro.
지금부터 편안히 조직 이름이 들어가서 기억할 수 모든 걸 들어모아 3천 대천.
그간의 전투 경험이
That's not fair.
단테 적합한 조치였습니다.
Literally, where is that attack coming from, bro?
밖에서 맞고 있는 꼴을 보니 그다지 유쾌하진 않군. 관리자, 수감자를 무방비하게 만들지 마십시오.
Should I save this? Oh, well, it is hopeless. It's still hopeless. What? Seriously? Alright, whip it out. Oh, and you're also fucked. Whip it out, you saying. You kinda got dogged on for like a while. My ego resources. Don't risk giving her more experience she already has. And Faust is dead.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
마무리. 아이, 짜증나게.
Okay, bro. Uh.
이 불도알 예술의 황홀 경치.
That is, bro. That you barely beat it out, bro. You barely managed to win that time. This doesn't stagger. Oh,
실패하겠군요.
소감자를
is
고기 조각으로
pretty
만들어
bad,
봐야
honestly.
당신만 괴로울 텐데.
I mean, okay, wait.
시계를 돌리는 일에 너무 익숙해진 것
Hold on.
아닙니까?
Also, I'm gonna need you to spam the Shadow Pursuance. Gregor's gonna die. Except, yeah, he's just gonna die, honestly. I think he should probably just maybe kick the bucket, so... And there we go. Oh, pursuance on something. Probably that.
조여 먹구를 달고 볼까?
내가 너를 위해 기도할 것이니 넌 반드시 부서진다.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Yisang.
일발 장전. 안심해라. 고통은 없어.
제가 묻었네요.
You tell him, Kira.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩.
Wait, W stagger?
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요.
Gregor?
나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
I'm actually amazed you're only hitting Yisang. Shit. What's that covering? That's covering that. If I make that go now, then... Why'd you have to roll so damn fast? Just do Pursuance again, honestly. Saying might casually die, but I'm waiting. Alright.
조여 먹구를 달고 볼까?
내가 너를 위해 기도할 것이니 넌 반드시 부서진다.
탕.
Also, yeah. Uh-oh. Goodbye, Isai. Maybe... It didn't even fucking target anybody. It didn't even target her, bro. It just absolutely slimed out her students.
당신 탓을 할 수는
Wait.
없군요. 설마 알고 맞게 하진 않았을 테니.
It's time. It's time. It's time for an all-out attack. She got too fragile. Gregor's fucked, actually, I think. Yeah, Gregor's fucked. And I don't have any pride. I'm prideless. Okay. Everything's favored and dominating, so...
순식간에 끝내죠.
전력으로
Yes! Oh.
이 기회에 평소
Well.
지휘 실력을 확인해 보죠. 따뜻해.
What?
하던 대로 해보십시오.
W LARPs. Okay, you are basically useless now, so... Although... Are you also... You're also not winning any of these. Why is that? I don't fucking know. Okay. Magic bullet. That's bad. Better. I'd have to be really lucky. I mean, actually, it is. Yeah, that is her weakest skill, so I gotta go with that. I gotta roll with it.
기도할 것이니 넌 반드시 부서진다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
내 팔은 변해 있었어.
Wait. Oh, damn it. Good try, honestly. Good mitigation. Loki. Why? I physically can't do burn, bro. All my burn IDs just...
합당한 이유가 있겠지.
It's all favored. It's literally all struggling. Like, I can't even use Fire Fist. Because he's just all struggling, bro. Do I whip out? I can't. I don't have the pride, bro. Force match flame. basically be sentencing myself to that, and then that's kind of dicey, honestly. Yeah, okay.
완벽한 하루에
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oh, heads! Holy shit, Rodeo.
이 불 또한 예술의 황홀 경치.
That's not.
이 기회에 평소 지휘 실력을
Oh.
확인해 보죠, 단테. 하던 대로
아.
해보십시오.
Hopeless. Great. I seriously don't have anything. Just nothing. That's literally it, huh? Because fucking everything requires pride. And I can't, because all of her ecos that I have require pride. Oh, wait. 2 doesn't have. You don't? So what I could do... I mean, honestly, a raw fourth match. Okay, no, that's not. 22. Okay, what's beating? 4, 8, 12. Okay, so 20. Something to beat 24. This might. What? Hello? Oh, okay, who gave it back to me? Damn, okay. Well. Wish she won't fucking kill herself, but. Can't have to get my hopes up for anything, can I? Holy shit!
아이씨, 짜증나게.
속에서 담내가 침.
이게 어떻게 되신 일입니까, 보관 선생? 온몸이 점여져서 땅바닥에 흩뿌려지고 말이야. 존경하는 관리자님 고생은 본인이 다 시키는군.
단번에 끝낸다. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
Well, he is fisting it, bro.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩.
And of course, there's just one unopposed on him. You tell her, bro.
밖에서 맡고 있는 꼴을 보니 그다지
Well,
유쾌하지 않고
that's
관리자 수감자를
is-
무방비하게 만들지 마십시오.
what? That is the luckiest corrosion I've ever seen. That, okay. There's like a small chance that kills her. However, I cannot let that go through. Shit. Okay. Let me just look at the egos I have picked for you. 2, 2, 3. Could I even, like, what do I have? I mean, that is somehow not actually doing that bad. Do I trust Hung Liu? No, not at all.
조여 목구를 달고 볼까?
You know, when it said it was favored, I assumed that she meant that it was favored. Why is this so little damage in the first Oh. Nice as fuck, bro. Holy shit. So the game just lies to me now.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩.
또 3번 수감자가 헛짓이라도 했나 보군.
Alright. Bro. Are we serious? I have to! Oh, I have -2 because he corroded. Honestly, it's kind of over, bro. I literally can't even use an ego because literally every single ego in this game requires bride. That one requires 1 gloom, but I don't have that. 5 gloom, I don't have that. So I'm just gonna have to watch it like diddle my team, bro.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Am I even alive?
왜 죄다 죽살이지?
Well, shit.
뭐 못 볼 꼴이라도 보았나?
아이씨, 짜증나게. 한수 배워.
따뜻한
I'm blaming all of this on Otis, bro.
마시고 싶어요.
Okay, I have to go to bed now because it's 1 in the fucking morning. Also, the fact that I would just like lose every single favorite clash just to ever exist for some reason.
너희가 마실 피 한 방울 줬.
That was terrible. That was actually horrible. I don't know if I'll continue this at some point, probably tomorrow. But fuck, that was just terrible. That was actually horrible. I don't want to do that ever again. And now it's 1 in the morning. Man, I'm not gonna fucking stream tomorrow. I'm gonna play like Tomodachi like tomorrow or something. I'm not playing this again. And I'm gonna stay late, so it's gonna stream. The stream's gonna start whenever it starts. Okay. Alright, good